Between 1992 and 1994, 9 young black women in Charlotte, North Carolina were assaulted and strangled to death, the murders increasing in ferocity and rapidity. For almost 2 years, the killer remained at large, causing what led to an angry hysteria in the city, especially within the predominantly minority community where the murders were occurring. Observed was a lack of adequate police patrolling in that area of town. However, the real reason that the murderer continued to run rampant was that the police were simply stumped. Understaffed and overworked, there were only 7 full-time investigators on roll call at the time. The force was not ready to face a serial killer who crept up out of nowhere. Though eager, determined, tough, and professional, the police were not used to a psychopath whose motive could not be labeled and whose modus operandi was too sloppy to categorize. Each of the murders was treated separately, with a different investigator assigned to each one. Notes were not compared, and the cases went, for a long time, unlinked. The city cops finally sought help from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but even at that, the contact provided little information at first, proclaims Sharice Costin, professor of criminal justice at the University of North Carolina. The killer at large in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area did not fit the usual profile of a serial murderer. For one, he slew close friends and acquaintances, even co-workers, an exceedingly rare trait of this brand of killers. However, Henry Louis Wallace, the eventual suspect, did share one common thread with all serial killers. He was able to hide his inner vehemence from the world. Says Costin, the very people he killed trusted him. They had no forewarning of their death, even seconds before he struck at them. A 1994 Time magazine article on serial killings, called Dances with Werewolves, attests to this. Author Anastasia Tufexis says of Wallace, "Women, taken with his sweet smile, solicitous attitude, and pleasant looks, trusted him. They invited him to their homes for dinner, watched while he cradled their babies in his arms, accepted his invitations to date." In her classes at the university, Professor Costin hosts a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation on Wallace's 1992-94 homicides, highlighting the details of the investigation and the ultimate identification of Wallace. Conducting the presentation is Sergeant Gary McFadden, one of Charlotte-Mecklenburg's top investigators. Their help in sharing information with the crime library has been invaluable, providing this author with the ability to trace the case history of one of America's most dangerous, yet least recorded, serial killers. The following is the frightening story of a violent chain reaction born from Henry Wallace's abstract, dysfunctional upbringing, exacerbated by a sexual drive and abuse of drugs. A man whom the Charlotte Observer described as a calculated, cold-blooded killer who hid his crimes by meticulously cleaning up murder scenes. A man whose impulsive crimes baffled a city, its police force, and had a population of more than 400,000 checking over its shoulder on dark streets and byways for almost 2 years. Serving as the spine work for this article are 2 sources of data, both provided by Costin and McFadden. These are 1. The transcript of Henry Wallace's murder confession, and 2. A copy of the authorized social profile of the defendant that was compiled just prior to his court trial. Together, this data proved vital in shaping Wallace in and out of control. As well, I referred to several court and trial records, particularly the court dockets and appellate report, the latter that details his case from its roots to its dramatic finale. Spotlighted are not only the history of the murders and energized investigations, but also the main players of the hunt, the arrest and indictment, the trial, and the legal ramifications of the trial. City records and local newspapers, too, provided insight into the contemporary landscape, the city of Charlotte, the county of Mecklenburg, and the people's reactions to the scary things that were unfolding within their boundaries, sometimes as close as next door. Charlotte, North Carolina possesses the best pro-business attitude in the country. Its support of the corporate community and its belief in civic corporate melding to sustain the livelihood of the metropolis are second to none. Nearly 14,000 new jobs were created in 1994 alone, and because of that, forecasters placed Charlotte 8th in a list of American cities destined to reach zenith economic growth over the next decade. That same year, 1994, the city earned recognition as the third largest banking center in the United States and was noted as the sixth largest wholesale center with $11 billion in retail sales. Demographically, Charlotte's urban culture coexists well with little friction. With records such as these, the council-manager form of government that rules Charlotte and the county of Mecklenburg can be proud. But Charlotte had its troubles, too, in that year. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, like most big city law enforcement bureaus, operates on a shoestring budget. Its efforts, despite the largesse of its civic headaches, have culminated in programs that have honed in on major problems. In short, the police force is, by record, winning its war on crime. But it had its hands full in the 1992-94 season, when an elusive someone was preying on young women in East Charlotte, raping them, strangling them, and sometimes stabbing them to death. On top of this, the police were trying, with limited numbers, to battle a mixed criminal element. According to the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting (UCR) program, Charlotte-Mecklenburg stats for 1993 indicate more than 51,000 incidences of crime, 9,102 of these falling under the description of violent. Broken down, they cite 87 murders, 350 non-consensual sex cases, 2,713 robberies, and 5,952 assaults. The strangulation murders, however, because of their growing intensity, took center stage. As the volume of killings grew, Charlotte's alarm rose steadily along with them. What would become a 22-month killing spree of 9 murders attributed to the same suspect began slowly for the first 3 over a year's time. The police did not anticipate a serial killer or the avalanche of public dismay that would come when his rage eventually began to escalate. The first of his 9 killings would not even be labeled a murder, in fact, for many months to come. No corpse had been found, and thus victim number 1 was filed as a missing person. This spree began undetected on June 19, 1992. The manager of Bojangles Restaurant on Central Avenue contacted Kathy Love to tell her that her sister, Caroline, had not reported to work in a couple of days. He asked her to please check on her condition. Kathy, alerted, rushed to Carolyn's flat. Not finding Carolyn at home or evidence of foul play, she left a note relaying her boss's and her own concern. Contacting Carolyn's roommate, Sadie McKnight, to ask her where her friend might be, Sadie expressed that she too had become suspicious because it was not like Carolyn to remain incommunicado for more than 48 hours, even if she was staying with friends. Together, Kathy Love and Sadie McKnight brought their suspicions to the police. Investigator Anthony Rice questioned the Bojangles manager and learned that the last time he had seen Carolyn was when she left for work on the evening of the 15th. She asked if she could trade a $10 bill for a roll of quarters so she could do a load of laundry when she got home. Her cousin, Robert Ross, who drove her back to her place that night, said he saw her go into her foyer and that she had seemed neither sidetracked nor nervous. In searching the apartment, the police became suspicious. It bore the appearance of a scuffle. The furniture seemed to be slightly repositioned as if shoved aside during a fight. Curiously, the sheets from Carolyn's bed were removed and were not in the laundry hamper, which was full. Rice determined that Carolyn had never done the laundry as she had planned, and that the roll of quarters she purchased from her workplace was not in the apartment. Charlotte police continued to search for Carolyn Love, but every lead met with a dead end. She was filed missing and became one of the many case cards of runaways whose fates remain a mystery. Her body would not be discovered for nearly 2 years. 8 months later, on February 19, 1993, Mrs. Sylvia Sumter came home from work and prepared to make dinner for herself and her teenage daughter, Shauna Hawk. Sumter wondered where her daughter was. She should have been home much earlier from her morning commute to Piedmont Central Community College. The mother couldn't figure out why her coat and purse lay unattended in the dining room. Shauna never went anywhere without that purse, and surely wouldn't have forgotten her coat during the wintry season. Placing a call to Daryl Kirkpatrick, Shauna's boyfriend, Sumter learned that he hadn't seen the girl all day. Then she phoned the local Taco Bell, where Shauna worked part-time, to see if Shauna had been called in, but the counter clerk told her that she was not listed on the evening's schedule. Sumter began to fret, especially when relatives called inquiring why Shauna had not picked up her godson at school, as was her routine. Boyfriend Kirkpatrick, receiving another call from the distressed mother, jumped in his car and sped to her house to calm her. Rummaging through the house, hoping to find a clue as to where Shauna might have gone, Kirkpatrick wandered into the downstairs bathroom. There he noticed that the carpeting was soaked and that the shower curtain was not tucked in place. Through the translucency of the curtain, he thought he could see something or someone crouching below the wall of the tub. Yanking the curtain back, he screamed. Shauna lay naked in a tub full of water, her head sunken below the surface, her eyes staring lifelessly upwards. Shauna Hawk was pronounced dead at the hospital. Her skull had suffered lacerations and bruising caused by a blow from a dull and heavy object. However, while that object may have dealt unconsciousness, it had not killed her. The examining doctor diagnosed that she'd been strangled to death. Forensic pathologist James M. Sullivan, who performed an autopsy, noted hemorrhaging in the conjunctiva, lining of the eyes, the face, the lips, and across the voice box, all trademarks of ligature strangulation. According to Dr. Sullivan, a ligature is a cord or a band, or something that's made into a cord or a band, then circles the neck and is used to forcibly compress the neck. The hospital defined her death as a homicide. Police were called in. Co-workers, friends, and classmates were all interviewed, but the police failed to corner a suspect or a motive. Audrey Spain, 24 years old, was a dependable employee, so when she failed to show up 2 nights in a row, June 23rd and 24th, 1993, her manager at Taco Bell knew something was amiss. He phoned her but only got her answering machine. Trying her sister, he encountered the same results. Twice failed, he decided to cruise by Spain's apartment building to check things out himself. Her car was in the parking lot, so he entered the building and knocked on the door that, according to the designated mailbox, was hers. There was no answer despite several firm-handed raps. In the morning, still not being able to get a hold of Spain or her sister, he placed a call to the girl's janitor to plead his intervention. This time, results. When the janitor entered Audrey Spain's flat, his eyes fell on the open bedroom doorway and what looked like a naked woman sprawled across the bed. Edging closer, he knew that that clay-colored, inanimate thing was once the vibrant tenant named Audrey, who smiled at him so warmly whenever they crossed paths. Her face was now distorted, her eyes bulged, and her entire form lay maligned as if frozen while in the throes of anguish. Entwining her neck were articles of clothing, what looked like a t-shirt and a bra, tied together and knotted at the Adam's apple to cut off her air. Medical examiners concurred that she had been both strangled and had non-consensual sex. Carolyn Love, Shauna Hawk, Audrey Spain. One missing person, 2 nearly identical strangulations, months apart. Unfortunately, no witnesses had come forth to report suspicious characters hanging about at the advent of each crime. No one had seen the same green Maxima parked near the crime scenes. No one was yet able to piece the events together into one ultimately important clue, that each of the victims knew one particular man. As yet, neither the police nor the newspapers detected a serial killer. Life went on, and the investigations of the 3 unfortunate women faded as police were forced to take on other crimes occurring across Charlotte-Mecklenburg in the heat of another summer. Subject experts such as FBI profiler Roy Hazelwood and Robert Ressler, the FBI agent who coined the term serial killer, agree that the man whom the Charlotte Observer began to call the Charlotte Strangler did not fit the niche of the defined serial killer image. In fact, it was Ressler who told the court at the killer's eventual trial that if he had wanted to become another Ted Bundy, for instance, he was going about it the wrong way. The killer's modus operandi did not follow a set pattern. Case in point, the murder of victim number 4, Valencia Jumper. Jumper was an ambitious 19-year-old college student recently relocated from Columbia, South Carolina, who worked at the Food Lion groceries as well as at a clothing shop to help pay tuition. In August 1993, the same man who had already killed Hawk, Love, and Spain snuffed her life. But her murder was set up as so inordinately different that even the most practical of detectives would have missed the link. On the night of August 9th, a visiting boyfriend, Zachary Douglas, smelled something burning as he neared Jumper's apartment doorway. He then saw wisps of black smoke issuing from the threshold. Finding his friend's door bolted, he summoned a fellow tenant who called the fire department. A unit was there in no time to axe Jumper's door. Inside, firefighter Dennis Arney saw that the blaze, which had spread throughout the small apartment, had begun on the kitchen stove, where a pot of something had been left over a lit gas burner. The flames had reached a connecting bedroom where it appeared Jumper had fallen asleep on her bed. She was severely burned. The next day, the coroner examined the charred remains to conclude that the girl had died of, as he wrote in his report, thermal burns. It would not be until the Charlotte Strangler was apprehended and confessed to her murder that Jumper's remains would be reassessed. After the latter examination, the coroner amended his earlier hasty diagnosis, changing her cause of death to strangulation. The next victim, Michelle Stinton, met her death on September 15th, 5 weeks after Jumper's death, in a manner not matching Jumper and with a major variation from the other murdered females. While strangled, she was also stabbed. The murder weapon, an ordinary kitchen knife, had been shoved through her back. Her body was found in the kitchen by her 2 young sons, one 3 and a 1-year-old, who had neither seen nor heard her assailant. When the older child ran for a friend, James Mays, to tell him that his mother was sleeping on the floor, Mays hurried over to discover Stinton lying cold in a pool of blood. Her telephone had been ripped from the wall. An autopsy revealed that the blade had penetrated the upper left side of her back, below the shoulder blade, and had caused mortal wounds to the heart and lungs. Stinton had non-consensual sex and then was strangled with a ligature. This time the strangling occurred after she had died from the knife wounds, or while she lay dying and comatose. As the police continued to question relatives and friends, neighbors, and cohorts of the murdered women, they were drawing big-time blanks. Although the killings were starting to appear as maybe the handiwork of one man who got a kick out of strangling and raping women, and even though they all took place within a 5-mile radius of East Charlotte, their diversity made it impossible to pinpoint any identifying traits beyond the garroting of the neck. But the black population in whose area the homicides were occurring began to rankle. The citizens interpreted the police department's no-show results as something else, something one-sided. While the local newspapers had been low-key, in fact most of the earlier deaths had gone unreported, communication in the targeted area intensified. Under fire was a perceived lackadaisical attitude by local politicians and law enforcers who claimed some ignored problems occurring among Charlotte's 31% total black population. East Charlotte was and is a busy urban area of hardworking people, mostly black, but with a checkerboard of other races, chiefly middle class. It's wrought with modest housing, modest living, and modest temperaments. It keeps on the move with strip malls, shopping centers, storefront businesses, fast food chains, movie houses, and small whatever shops along its major avenues. It's the kind of neighborhood where people like to walk, where kids stroll to schools and women window browse, and where the population doesn't like to think that maybe a stranger is watching their kids on their way to school or eyeing their wives and girlfriends doing a little light shopping. Many in the neighborhood refused to understand why the police could not match fingerprints found at the crime scenes against any prints on file, nor could they fathom how an obviously male strangler and rapist could slip past supposed dragnets time after time after time. In defense, City Hall vowed they were doing the best they could, that the city's patrolmen were working night and day to solve the rash of murders, and the patrol cars were stopping any and all suspicious characters, reports Charisse Costin of the State University. At an emergency press conference, the department committed to results and assured the people that investigations would continue. Homicide Detective Sergeant Gary McFadden, who had been appointed lead investigator by Assistant Chief Boger only hours before the press conference, suddenly found himself in the thick of battle. Although he had not previously been assigned to the Strangler case, his excellent record had earned him a tough and thankless position. Faced suddenly with the task of being the spokesperson and mediator between the police and the public, it was now up to him to explain why the murderer had not been caught. A black man himself, McFadden found no understanding ear from his own people. "The community hated me," he confesses, and in a way I felt like a scapegoat. It was a total conflict. But McFadden, being a professional, did his duty. Well, I spoke with each of the affected families personally, he relates, and they calmed down. I expressed my sympathy as well as my determination to bring their loved one's murderer to justice. Throughout the fall of 1993, the situation quieted. After Stinton's murder in mid-September, the remainder of the year into and past the Christmas holidays passed without another event. Because of the pressure put on them, the police had increased their patrols in the community, and now that things grew to a calm, wondered if they had scared off the killer or killers. The police department at this point was still unsure if it was dealing with unrelated criminals or with an individual strangler. Incident-free nevertheless, both McFadden and the people he served felt an uneasy pause in the holiday air. Their apprehension proved not to be unwarranted. On Sunday, February 20th, 1994, Vanessa Mack's mother, Barbara, came to pick up her grandchild as she did every Sunday, so Vanessa could go to her job at the Carolinas Medical Center. She arrived a little earlier than usual, as it wasn't quite the appointed 6 a.m. Barbara was surprised to find the door ajar. Assuming that her daughter and granddaughter were just inside, she called out, expecting to hear a familiar, "Come in, Mom." No one answered her. Stepping into the foyer, Barbara knew something was wrong. Vanessa's 4-month-old child was asleep on the sofa, still in her play clothes from the day before, but Vanessa was nowhere to be seen. Not in the kitchen, not in the bathroom, not in her bedroom. But when Barbara did a double take at the bed, she realized that the gray bundle of covers was not a bundle at all, but her daughter was thrown partially dressed in a misshapen position across the mattress. Something was wrapped around her throat. It looked like a pillowcase. Her skin tone matched the dull fatigue of the morning sky outside her window, and by the touch, her skin had become as cold as the pane of glass that faced the winter chill. Scooping the tot from the sofa, Barbara raced into the hallway, where she pounded on a tenant's door for use of his phone. Jeff Baumgartner was the first patrolman to arrive on the scene. One glance at the corpse, and he knew, from hearing the stories his fellow police officers told after finding some of the other strangling victims, that the same killer or someone like him had struck again. 6 foot tall, 200 pounds, and with a very pleasant face, 29-year-old Harry Lewis Wallace was, outwardly, a very affable fellow. He was chatty, bright, a go-getter, and smiled constantly. Except at certain times, like the night after Vanessa Mack's murder, when he sat down before his TV set to affix himself to the dinnertime news report. But he smiled again when the program ended and there had not been even the slightest reference to the latest strangling or to the manhunt that the police claimed was in full vigor. He decided to stay indoors that night for the same reason he kept out of sight after all the other murders, just in case someone had seen his face and the cops were on the streets with a composite drawing of his puss in their hands. He felt remorse at what he'd done to Vanessa Mack, damn it. He always felt remorse. But he figured it would wear away. It did all those other times after he'd killed Hawk, Love, Stinton, all of them. Time heals, said the cliché. It was true. During the second week of March 1994, things began to break open. There would be 3 more murders in 3 days, between March 9th and 11th, culminating in the identification and arrest of the Charlotte Strangler. As a glut had overtaken Henry Lewis Wallace, he went berserk and grew careless. The precautions he had previously taken to hide himself spacing out the murders, wiping off fingerprints, and even bathing some of his victims were abandoned as he went on a joyride of killing. Early in 1994, Charlotte Mecklenburg detectives sought the assistance of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in an effort to define the type of murderer or murderers they were looking for, explains North Carolina University professor of criminal justice Charisse Costin, whose classes have studied the complexities of the Strangler case. The elemental nature of each murder was repetitive in some respects, but diverse in others. The FBI failed to slot the strangulations as those of a serial killer, a call that would prove erroneous. Although the Bureau missed its mark in this instance, it cannot be judged harshly. According to a 1994 Associated Press article, The black man who was finally arrested for the crimes did not fit the niche at all. The killer is a black man who knew his victims, the article asserts. Most serial killers are white men who kill strangers. That the strangler did indeed know each and every one of his victims would prove to be his undoing. In the meantime, Sergeant McFadden was making attempts to tie together loose ends. His men interrogated possible area suspects, those with violent pasts who could move easily and unobserved among the black community where the crimes were being perpetrated. Detectives also reopened contact with families and friends of all the dead girls, hoping to find a continuous thread running throughout the case histories of the victims. Perhaps they hung out at a particular place where they might have come in contact with the killer. Perhaps they at one time worked together or attended the same school. Maybe they had all befriended the same man, one particular individual with a criminal record. Nothing, McFadden knew, was beyond possibility. As the investigation steamrolled forward, however, the killer struck twice on 2 successive nights. On March 9th, Betty Bocum did not report to work at Bojangles restaurant where she served as assistant manager. Because it was the same eatery on Central Avenue where Carolyn Love had worked before she disappeared from the face of the earth, manager Jeffrey Ellis became cautious. Phoning her at home, there was no answer. Throughout the night, he figured Bocum might appear with a reasonable explanation. She never showed up. The next day, she was again scheduled to work. When she proved truant a second time, Ellis called the police. Bocum was wholly reliable, and acts of absenteeism, especially 2 in a row, were contrary to her efficient nature. Police officer Gregory Norwood responded to the call. Obtaining access into her flat through the maintenance man, Norwood discovered Bocum fully clothed, face down on her mattress, choked to death by a towel twisted into a noose around her neck. She was stone cold, having been dead more than 24 hours. This time, for the first time, the police believed the murderer had left them something to go on. Whereas the past victims' places of residence reflected only minor, if any, physical signs of disturbance, Bocum's apartment had been noticeably plundered. A bare entertainment center and cable wires leading nowhere told them that a TV and a VCR were missing. As well, Bocum's aqua-colored Pulsar was gone from the building's parking lot. Squad cars were alerted to look out for the Pulsar cruising Charlotte streets. Simultaneously, investigators checked local pawn shops to see if someone had tried to exchange the stolen goods for cash. But while this was happening, a headquarters dispatcher summoned a patrol to the apartment of Brandy Henderson, whose boyfriend had just found her dead. When the police arrived, they realized it was the same apartment complex where Betty Bocum had just been found. Worse than that, this latest scene was pure chaos, the worst aftermath of the Strangler's attacks to date. This time, he'd assaulted a baby as well. The boyfriend who called the police, Verness Lamar Woods, lived with Henderson. He had just come home from his job's night shift to find a ravaged apartment, his girlfriend dead in bed with towels encircling her neck, and their 10-month-old toddler, TW, in his room, barely alive and also garroted. A court summary of the incident reads, Woods immediately ran to TW to remove a pair of shorts which were tied tightly around his neck. When Woods found Henderson, strangled and stiff, her face was a bluish tone. He moved Henderson's body from the bed to the floor and began administering CPR pursuant to instructions from the 911 operator. When police officers arrived, it was clear Henderson was dead. An ambulance rushed little TW to the Carolinas Medical Center, where at first doctors feared the asphyxiation he suffered might have caused brain damage. Luckily, the child was revived, and tests indicated that he would recover without permanent injury. Dr. Thomas Brewer wrote, however, that the child had endured great pain and mental distress because of the applied ligature. Detectives could feel their blood boiling at this point. Their commander, Gary McFadden, drew his squad together for a meeting early the next morning to compare the notes they had made during their interviews with the deceased women's acquaintances. The results of the reports were enlightening. They indicated that the girls did not seem to know each other, although some had crossed paths or had worked or schooled together. The clubs where they socialized differed. But when asked to list names of people with whom each victim associated, all of the interviewees mentioned in their list the same name, Henry Louis Wallace. Of the slain women, Both Shauna Hawk and Audrey Spain had at one time worked at Taco Bell for the same manager, Henry Wallace. Valencia Jumper was a good friend of Wallace's sister, Yvonne. Michelle Stinton would also eat at Taco Bell and chat with Wallace. Vanessa Mack was the sister of one of Wallace's ex-girlfriends. Betty Bocum was a friend of Wallace's current girlfriend, Sadie McKnight. Brandy Henderson was the girlfriend of one of Wallace's pals, Verness Lamar Woods, who found Brandy. In fact, Woods had told the police that Wallace was prone to visit with Brandy when he was at work. Reaching back into the open case of missing person Carolyn Love, detectives now realized that Love had also known Wallace well. She had been the roommate of Sadie McKnight, his girlfriend, whom Wallace visited regularly. The puzzle pieces slid into place perfectly now. When pulling a rap sheet on the sudden suspect, Sergeant McFadden was surprised to find that, as he recalls, an outstanding warrant was already out for Henry Louis Wallace for having failed to come to court on a recent larceny charge. When the police approached Sadie McKnight, she was very taken aback, very surprised that her boyfriend Henry was suspected of being the Charlotte Strangler, adds Charisse Costin. But the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. All along, Henry had been giving her presents, bracelets, rings, and necklaces that sometimes seemed to be very familiar. In retrospect, she now realized that she had been wearing dead girlfriend's jewelry. But still, Gary McFadden wondered, is it all just coincidence? So he knew the women. Would he have an alibi? Could it be proven that he had been with the victims on the nights they were killed? And then it came, the evidence McFadden dreamed about. Betty Bocum's pulsar was located abandoned across town. Swipes of fingerprints found on the trunk lid matched Henry Wallace's file prints. Police staked out Wallace's residence at the Glen Hollow Apartments on North Sharon Amity Road throughout the evening of March 11th and the following day. Officers Gil Allred and Sid Wright tracked him down at a friend's house, however, where he was cuffed at approximately 5 p.m. on March 12th. According to the report of arrest, the suspect was sober, very calm and collected, surrendered without a fight, and seemed a little wrinkled. Following their supervisor's orders, the patrolmen delivered their catch not to the customary intake center, but to the Law Enforcement Center, or LEC, where a small brigade of plainclothesmen anxiously awaited his company. They had a few questions. Wallace's arrest, with all its promise, had not come auspiciously. While the detectives gathered at the LEC to meet the alleged strangler, another body had been found in Charlotte. Pretty Deborah Slaughter had been discovered that afternoon. She had non-consensual sex, was beaten, stabbed, and choked, a white linen shoved down her windpipe. She had earned the inglorious title of luckless final victim. And yes, she too had been an intimate friend of Henry Louis Wallace. At the LEC, Wallace was led into an interview room where several men stood around a long bare table under fluorescent lighting. They looked up when patrol officers Wright and Allred ushered Wallace through the door and came forth to introduce themselves. They asked the suspect if he knew why he was there, and at first he alluded only to the larceny charge. But over the next several hours, these men would take turns interviewing the suspect until he confessed to killing all 9 of the Charlotte women: Carolyn Love, Shauna Hack, Audrey Spain, Valencia Jumper, Michelle Stinton, Vanessa Mack, Betty Bocum, Brandy Henderson, and less than 48 hours before he was arrested, Deborah Slaughter. He also admitted murdering a prostitute whose name he never knew and whose body he concealed in a remote area not far from where he had dumped the cadaver of missing person Carolyn Love. At approximately 10 p.m., after the initial interrogation, Wallace was read the Miranda rights and then asked if he would agree to tape his confession. In no way was he coerced. The prisoner nodded and replied that having already admitted to what he had done, "I feel like a big burden has been lifted." Speaking into a recording microphone, Wallace led his listeners through many hours of sickening details. He verbally brought them from one murder scene to another, describing his thoughts as he killed the women, remembering their final words and actions, even their agony when he applied what he called the Boston choke on them to render them powerless. Though he robbed most of his victims before he killed them, the hardline underlying motive for the murders was not theft, however, but sex. He fulfilled his sensual fantasies of power and control. The thefts funded his crack habit, but sex was the initiator. As the months progressed and he had been fired from one job after another, the only way he knew how to get cash quickly was through his friends, unwilling or otherwise. Robbing the women proved a more practical threshold to his ultimate carnal desires. Leading the interview was Sergeant Patrick Sanders, who, according to the Charlotte Observer, is known for remaining calm and logical. His rough-skinned face is open and kind, his soft frame non-threatening. Accompanying Sanders were other Charlotte Mecklenburg homicide detectives who took their shift during the ongoing series of confessions throughout the night, asking questions and clarifying points. Among them were Gary McFadden, Darrell Price, William Ward, Mark Corwin, Anthony Rice, and C.E. Booth. At one point, an investigator told Wallace that he did not seem to be a bad man by nature and asked him if he thought he might be schizophrenic. "No," Wallace answered. "There's only one Henry, a bad Henry." The following are brief descriptions of what happened at the scenes of murder, interspersed with Henry Louis Wallace's own chilling words. He had taken a key to Carolyn Love's apartment from his girlfriend and Love's roommate, Sadie McKnight. When he knew that Love would be alone, he entered her apartment and hid in the bathroom for her to come home from work. When she arrived home, he told her he wanted to make love. When she resisted, he put her in a wrestling hold. I kept the hold on her until she passed out. At that time, I moved her to her bedroom and removed her clothes, had intercourse with her, and at the same time, I was still applying the chokehold. She began to fight, so I used a curling iron that was near her bed and I placed the cord around her neck. After she died, he folded the body in her bedsheets and placed the bundle in a large orange trash bag, kind of like the city workers use, and carried the dead weight to his car. Returning to her apartment, he grabbed a roll of quarters he saw lying on her dresser. Securing the body out of sight from passers-by, he drove to the city limits near Dark Stevenson Road, past some construction horses, and dumped the body off the side of the road where he thought it wouldn't be seen. About 2 days later, I went back, and the body had almost decayed to the point where she just looked like leather, an E.T. doll or something. Her body had decayed so bad. I went back about a week later, and the only thing left was bones. Wallace claimed he had no intention of killing young Shauna Hawk, but stopped by merely to chat with her. She had just come in from school, her mother was not home, and the two shared idle gossip for about an hour. She started teasing him, however, about a recent fight he had had with Sadie McKnight. Her remarks ruffled him. That's when I rendered the chokehold on her until she passed out, and then I filled the bathtub with water and placed her in it. Before he left, he removed $50 from her purse. Audrey Spain had just returned from vacation when Wallace sought her out. His excuse for visiting her was to share a joint together. But he had another reason: robbery. After they finished smoking, he throttled her and pinned her to the floor. He demanded to know how much money she had in the apartment and took what was available. As he choked her, she blacked out. He stripped her, dragged her to her bedroom, and had non-consensual sex with her. She was coming to, and she begged me not to hurt her, so I just performed sex on her, and then I told her to stand and put her clothes on. And as she stood up to put her underwear on, that's when I administered the chokehold. After she became limp in his arms, he tied a nightgown and a t-shirt together to garrote her. Upon leaving, he stole her Visa, MasterCard, and Exxon gas card, using the latter to make several gas purchases. Valencia was like a little sister to me. I don't know why I even hurt her. Nevertheless, he had stopped by to see Jumper that night, telling her that he had had a fight with his girlfriend Sadie and badly needed someone to talk to. Jumper let him in. After they conversed a few moments, Wallace asked her to please call Sadie to inform her that he was over there so she wouldn't wonder where he'd gone. When Jumper turned away from him to dial the phone, he drew her into a body lock. She begged me not to hurt her. She said, "I'll do anything you want me to, just don't hurt me." Fearfully, she allowed him to molest her. She even performed orally for him, hoping to save her life. While she was getting dressed afterward, he managed to draw her attention to the other side of the room. I put the towel around her neck, and she just went out real quick. And I went to her kitchen, and I noticed there was a bottle of rum, 151, and I poured the rum all over her body. And then I went to the kitchen and opened a can of pork and beans, and I put it on the stove. I took the battery out of her smoke detector and I turned the stove on high. Then I went back to her bedroom and I took a match and I threw it on the 151. I left and went home. Before he fired her body, he removed some expensive pieces of jewelry from it. He later pawned them. Wallace dropped in unannounced on Stinton at 11 p.m. that night. His sole aim was non-consensual sex. Chatting away, he pretended to be thirsty and asked for a glass of water. Watching Michelle turn to reach for a glass on a shelf, he made his move. Immobilizing her from behind, he began to unbutton her blouse. After forcing her into sex, he choked her until she swooned. I went to the bathroom and I got a towel, put it around her neck, and I strangled her. But she kept moaning and groaning and so forth and so on. So there was a knife in her kitchen and I think I stabbed her about 4 times. By the time he killed Vanessa Mack, he admitted that his primary motive was money. Such was his drug addiction. Crack, LSD, anything he could get his hands on, any way he could get it. Mack, he knew, had a good job, money in the bank, and always carried an ATM card. Tonight, he carried a pillowcase hidden under his jacket. She stood up to get me some soda in the kitchen. That's when I quickly put the pillowcase around her neck. I asked her for all the money she had because she had told me she had just gotten an income tax return back. I asked her for her teller card and PIN number. After she turned those things over to him, he insisted on having sex. She was too afraid to object. When they were through, she mentioned that she needed to put her baby to bed. The child had been asleep on the sofa. He pretended to release her from his grasp, but as she rose off the mattress, he reached around her once more with the pillowcase and ended her life. Later that evening, when using her ATM card, it didn't work. She gave me some fake PIN number. Since Betty Bokum was one of the supervisors at Bojangles' restaurant, Wallace figured she knew its burglar alarm code and possessed keys to its safe. His intention was wholly theft. Stopping by, he asked her if he could use her phone. She consented and opened her door to him. He dawdled a few minutes at the phone, pretending to be looking up a certain number. When she turned her back, he subdued her. Ordering her to get naked, she resisted. Fighting, she inflicted scratches and a bite mark on his shoulder. Overcoming her at last, he angrily had non-consensual sex with her. Then I told her to get up, put her clothes on. I placed a towel around her neck and asked her if she had any money. She said yeah, she did give me the money that was in her purse. I took a gold chain from around her neck. That done, he strangled her. Not satisfied with the evening's paltry take, he decided to steal her television set and VCR. But since he no longer owned a car, he had totaled his green Maxim. He took her Pulsar to transport the pirated items back to his flat. From there, he sold them for cash. Fearing that the police might be catching on, he abandoned the car hours later, wiping it clean of fingerprints. But, he confessed, he had forgotten to wipe off the trunk lid. After leaving Betty Bokum's flat, he stepped down the hall straight to Brandy Henderson's apartment, where he knew she would be home alone. His friend Verness Lamar Woods, who lived with her and their 10-month-old boy, was out working. Knocking on her door, he told Henderson that he wanted to drop something off for Lamar, so she invited him in. She suspected nothing. Once inside, he squeezed her to him and demanded money. The only cash she had on hand was $15 in her purse and loose change she kept in a Pringles potato chips can. Taking that, he led her to her bed, where he commanded her to perform oral sex. The more she pleaded, the more aroused he became. We had intercourse, and afterward she got on her knees and started praying because she was scared. And I said, "I'm not going to hurt you." I said, "Give me a hug," and she hugged me, but I choked her out with a towel until she was red in the face and unconscious. She died in his grasp. Wallace had intended to steal Brandy's TV and stereo since he had a means of conveyance at his hands, Bokum's automobile. But when little TW began crying, Wallace panicked. The last thing he wanted now was an angry neighbor waking up just as he was toting the stolen merchandise from her apartment. Lifting the baby from its crib, Wallace tried to calm him with a pacifier, but to no avail. I took a towel and placed it around the baby's neck, and I didn't want to tie it tight enough to choke him, just enough to make it difficult for him to breathe. His crying sputtered. which afforded Wallace the quiet he needed to make off with the items from the apartment uninterrupted. Approaching Deborah Slaughter at her apartment, he asked if she wanted to go in half with them on a purchase of cocaine. She told him that she didn't have enough money for that. Disappointed, he pummeled her, and in his customary manner, strong-held her with a towel at her throat. Forcing intercourse, he also made her turn over to him roughly $60 in cash. But Slaughter proved to be much more obstinate than the other women Wallace had encountered. She raged, telling him that her suspicions of him were now confirmed, that he was the man who had been strangling all those women across that part of Charlotte. He denied it, but she only became more vocal. When he reached to strike her, she broke free, screamed, called out for the police, and reached for a knife she had hidden in her purse. I caught her arm and I grabbed the knife from her, and I stabbed her about 20 times. It was a little knife, shaped kind of like a dagger. After he killed her, he went to buy some cocaine, but I went back to her apartment. While she lay on the floor dead, I went in her bathroom and smoked it. Wallace also admitted to having slain a prostitute whose name he did not know back in 1992. But, said he, in that case, she had been the aggressor. We had sexual intercourse. She demanded money and I didn't have any money, and we got into a scuffle, and it pursued into basically me beating her to death. Stuffing her body in his car, he drove it to Old Mount Holly Road, a deserted area near railroad tracks, and there abandoned it out of sight. The confession phase having ended, Inspector Sanders asked Henry Wallace, "Why have you told us what you've told us?" "I've wanted to tell the story for a long time," Wallace responded. "If I wouldn't have stopped, the killing would have continued, and probably I would have killed myself as well. I've tried many times but was unsuccessful." Over the next couple of weeks, detectives followed up on Wallace's claims, names, dates, and times. They accompanied him to the spot where Carolyn Love had been left. From her remains, county pathologist James Sullivan was able to confirm that Love had been strangled. On April 4, 1994, Wallace was officially indicted with 9 counts of murder, as well as a battalion of other charges: various counts of non-consensual sex, various counts of first and second-degree sexual offense, various counts of assault with a deadly weapon, assault on a child under age 12, and several counts of robbery with a dangerous weapon. According to a social profile done on Henry Louis Wallace in preparation for his trial, it appears that his problem stemmed from a dysfunctional upbringing. His mother grew up soured on life, her own beloved mother having died young, and her father having deserted the brood shortly thereafter. Her resentment of life did not improve when she gave birth out of wedlock to 2 children, first Yvonne, then Henry, by a married high school teacher who then returned to his wife. Wallace was born in Barnwell, South Carolina, on November 4, 1965, dirt poor. Carmetta V. Alvarez, a certified social worker who interviewed, then profiled Wallace and his family for his trial's defense team, says that Wallace's mother sought to control her son through violence, emotional abuse, and other inappropriate means. Vacant in the son's formative years was a realized conception of family togetherness. Aside from a lack of emotional comfort, the tumble-down house in which Wallace grew up claimed neither electricity nor plumbing. The Wallaces drank from a pump well, and their bathroom was really a watershed with a set of chamber pots. Household members included young Henry, his sister Yvonne, 3 years older, the children's mother, and great-grandmother. Tensions ran high. The latter 2 did not get along and argued incessantly. As well, the matron was a strict disciplinarian. Potty training for Henry was his first knowledge of hell. As a toddler, if he had an accident in his trousers, he was berated. The chastisement instilled little Henry with such terror that he would often go in his pants, then try to hide his mistake by concealing his soiled trousers. Because the mother was the sole provider in the household and had to work long days to pay the bills, she demanded that her children grow up quickly. But sometimes her discipline was severe. When she thought either of her 2 children deserved to be punished, she would make them pick their own switch by which to be spanked. If she was fatigued after a day's work, she ordered brother and sister to whip each other. When interviewed in jail by social worker Alvarez in 1996, Wallace recalled how painful it was to have hurt his sister worse than being on the receiving end. Wallace never argued with his elder about this matter or any other, even when he was forced to wear his sister's hand-me-downs or empty out the family's chamber pots, which was his daily chore. The child yearned to be like his friends at John F. Myers Elementary School. These kids had dads with whom to play stickball and fly kites, but little Henry had no dad. When he once asked his mom about his natural father, who he was and where did he go, the other told him to quit idling. Something happened when Wallace was in 6th grade that would psychologically scar him for life. His father called on the phone out of nowhere. He introduced himself and told the boy he had always wanted to meet him. He promised to stop by during the week. The child became excited, wondering what his father looked like and how he would take to him when they saw each other for the very first time. The following morning, Wallace rose early. He recalled staying home from school so he would be there when he arrived, writes Alvarez. He watched from his mother's room every car that turned the corner. He waited the following day and the day after that. His father never appeared. That memory pained him by day and by night, in his busy hours and in his quiet hours. Life went on, but it dragged for some time after. Wallace began high school in 1979. These years moved uneventfully, his academic achievements sparse. However, his schoolmates liked him. Teachers thought him an obedient boy. Because his mother forbade him to join the football team, he did the next best thing, join the cheerleading squad. That he was the only male on the roster and, at 6 feet, towered over his feminine counterparts didn't incite cheers. Rather, he won admiration from students and school staff alike for his enthusiasm and creativity. The girl cheerleaders adored him for his politeness and upbeat attitude. After graduating from Barnwell High in May of 1983, Wallace made a feeble attempt to pursue higher education. He attended South Carolina State College for a semester, then Denmark Technical College for another. He failed at both, not from lack of ability, but of drive. He expended more interest in his evening job, that as a disc jockey at a small local radio station, WBAW. Fashioning himself as a Wolfman Jack prototype, he tagged himself the Night Rider. Considering what was to come, this moniker lends an eerie afterglow. Listeners enjoyed his humor and his easygoing manner. Females liked his voice. It may have been the roots of a career for Wallace, were he not fired after a short time, caught in the act of stealing CDs. His college plans awash, his future in hiatus, his life a bugaboo, Wallace joined the U.S. Naval Reserve, shipping out to recruit training in Orlando, Florida in December 1984. He would remain in the Navy for 8 years. In the Navy, Wallace shone. Henry was described as an outstanding seaman who willingly followed all orders given to him and accomplished his tasks in a timely manner, Alvarez reports. It was noted that his knowledge level was higher than expected of a seaman. He was eventually promoted to third-class petty officer. Before he left service, his achievement ranking was nearly perfect. While a sailor, Wallace married Marietta Brabham, a girl he had seen on and off since sophomore year at Barnwell High. Prior to their wedding, Marietta had had a child with another man, but Wallace opened his arms to the girl nevertheless. Wife and child followed Wallace as he was transferred to the West Coast and back again. But the union turned out to be a disappointment. Wallace had adopted Marieta's child, Tiandra, but he wanted one of his own too. His spouse refused to bear any more children. This caused a strain that would continue to rend. Furthermore, as the relationship went on, their sex life ebbed. Wallace blamed her frigidity on the fact that she had non-consensual sex as a teenager. When he suggested they attend a counseling session, she blew up. The year 1992 was the beginning of the end for the marriage and for Wallace himself. In August of that year, he was apprehended in a breaking and entry near the naval base and asked to leave the service. Because of his until then unblemished record, the Navy permitted him to exit on an honorable discharge. Immediately after he re-entered civilian life, Marietta left him. Unemployed and heartbroken, Wallace moved back in with his mom and sister, who now lived near Charlotte, North Carolina. During this time, Wallace dated other girls, though still pining for Marietta. He impregnated one of them, and even though the relationship did not last, He became a proud father when a beautiful baby girl was born in September 1993. Despite Wallace's oncoming mania and downfall, the child, Kendra Urilla, remained the treasure of his life and the only enduring bright spot he had ever known. But his failures were mowing him down. Having experimented with drugs at an earlier age, he now turned to them for an escape from memories of Moretta, whom he still loved, from reality. As his consternation increased, so did his drug habits. Jobs he took at Taco Bell and other places never lasted, simply because he just didn't care about them or anything. There had been a devil twitching inside of him, whispering bad recollections and unfulfilled dreams. At last, Henry Louis Wallace finally gave in to the devil to create a piece of Hades on earth for 9 Charlotte area women and their families, and for himself as well. Suddenly, in November 1994, 8 months after Henry Louis Wallace confessed to his crimes, he filed a motion to suppress the interviews. His claim was that he was coerced into making the confession. A hearing was scheduled to review his motion, which threw the court trial schedule into a dither. His trial date needed to be postponed pending further investigation. Examiners studied the case and, in April of 1995, announced their findings. These would be printed formally in a document to be published for Wallace's trial in 1996. Wallace's argument rested chiefly on the objection that he was not administered the Miranda rights until 10 p.m., more than 3 hours into his interview on the night of March 12, 1994. According to the published report, however, the attending officers who met with Wallace at the Law Enforcement Center, LEC, spent the earlier part of the night casually questioning him about his larceny charge, his drug habit, and his whereabouts at the times the Charlotte women were strangled. He was charged only after the detectives felt there was enough suspicion warranting a charge, and before he taped his official statement of confession. At that time, reads the summary, detectives advised defendant of his Miranda rights, which defendant said he understood and chose to waive. Officers had not asked questions that would elicit an incriminating response, the report goes on. As well, Wallace had been given refreshments and snacks and allowed to take appropriate rest breaks. He was not brutalized, threatened, or in any way pushed into a predicament where he might have felt compelled to fear for his life unless he responded in a pre-designated fashion. Once Wallace began confessing, he continued to take breaks, continued to be fed on a regular basis, and was given duration to sleep. According to the taped transcript, there's evidence throughout that the prisoner is speaking at his own will, at random, and at his own pace. His tone is neither beleaguered nor frightened. Wallace's motion also cited that he was induced to confess by a promise from the detectives to let him visit with his daughter, Kendra, and his girlfriend, Sadie McKnight. The interrogation team denied this accusation, explaining that Kendra's and Sadie's names came up after Wallace had already agreed to talk. The transcript supports their explanation in the following tape dialogue between Sergeant Patrick Sanders, homicide, and Henry Wallace. "Has anybody threatened you?" asked Sanders. "No," Wallace replied. Sanders, "Coerced you or made you any special promises?" Wallace, "No, I just want an opportunity to maybe, for the last time, to hold my daughter. I'd like to say goodbye to Sadie. I really can't speak with my family right now. I think I've caused them enough problems in my lifetime. My mother did the best job she could to raise me." Sanders, "You've asked, and I want to clarify that. You've asked us to see if we can arrange for you to see Sadie and your daughter, and we've said that we will try to do that." Wallace, "Yes." Sanders, "But aside from that, was there an exchange for you talking to us?" Wallace, "Was that in exchange?" Sanders, "Yes." Wallace, "It was a condition. I wouldn't necessarily say it was an exchange. I wanted, like I said, for the last time to say goodbye to those people." Sanders, "Do you feel like we've used that to get you to talk to us?" Wallace, No, I hope not anyway. I don't feel that way." A third charge alleged by Wallace concerned the delay in presenting him before a magistrate. He was brought before Magistrate Karen Johnson, who came to the LEC just before noon on March 13th, the morning following his confession. The defendant challenged that had he been taken before a magistrate earlier, he might not have felt cornered and therefore obliged to confess. The police stated that the delay was due to the fact that the transcripts of the confession required time to be made and that the defendant needed time to sleep, which he did from 7:30 a.m. to almost noon on the 13th. After his appearance before Johnson, he continued to talk openly and without hesitation about his crimes. The hearing concluded that 1. Wallace had been given the Miranda rights in due and proper time. 2. That he had made his confession voluntarily, without any trickery from the police. And 3. That the delay in bringing him before magistrate was not based on any offhanded motivation by the police. Wallace's trial for murder, which took place at the Mecklenburg County Superior Courthouse, lasted nearly 4 months. The court convened in September 1996 and concluded in late January 1997 with the jury's judgment of death for all 9 murders. Heading the prosecution was Mecklenburg's tough female prosecutor, Ann Tompkins. Fresh from her victory in sending high-profile child killer Fred Coffey to prison for life, not an obstinate hardhead, Tompkins is noted among her peers as a believer in the truth. As she told her staff, "Our ethical obligation is to justice, not necessarily to get a win." Public defender Isabel Scott Day served as Wallace's chief attorney. According to the Charlotte Observer, it's not unusual for Day to give clients money to help them out. Her humanity towards those she defends sets her apart as a hero in the legal system. Once she defended a woman charged with stealing meat in a grocery store. When she asked why she did it, the woman said she had never tasted steak before. Day handed her money to buy some. She told the Observer that, concerning her defense of Wallace, "All I could do is care about him as a human being. I did not see in him the monster that other people saw." For Day, defending Wallace was an uphill, never-take-a-break, tiring task, and she had expected it to be. After her failed attempts to suppress her client's confession statement, there was little she could do but fight to save him from death. Assisted by the prestigious law firm of Kennedy Covington, the team's strategy was to cast a doubt in the jury's mind as to Wallace's sanity. 2 impressive witnesses for the defense included a pair of experts on the subject of serial killings, Colonel Robert K. Ressler from the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, and Dr. Ann W. Burgess, a specialist in psychosocial development. Ressler testified that he believed the defendant's actions displayed both organizational and disorganization characteristics, which meant that Wallace exhibited signs of psychological instability. Burgess was of the opinion that Day's client was unable to separate reality from fantasy, thus suffering from mental illness. But the jury was unmoved. The defense could not weaken the impression made by the state, with its long line of official witnesses who talked about the fingerprints on Bochum's automobile, who played back the tape of Wallace's confession, who recalled Henderson's 10-month-old boy who was almost strangled to death, and who described in detail the ghastly impressions on the dead girls' faces. On January 7, 1997, the 12 jurors found the defendant guilty of 9 counts of first-degree murder, according to the appellate report, each on the basis of malice, premeditation, and deliberation. 3 weeks later, on January 29th, the jury likewise ruled that Wallace should pay for his crimes with his life. Presiding Judge Robert Johnson's declaration of 9 death sentences, included in the punishment penalties for non-consensual sex, and the multiplicity of other charges for which he was convicted. The Charlotte Observer, the Fayetteville Observer, and other newspapers across North Carolina headlined Wallace's handwritten statement that he had read to court to the families of the deceased. In the statement, Wallace conceded to the horror he created, but asked the families for their forgiveness. Quoting the book of Mark, he prayed, "And when you stand praying, forgive if you have nothing against anyone. Then your Father, also which is in heaven, will forgive you and your trespasses." The families who were in court the day that Henry Louis Wallace expressed his sorrow for what he had done didn't buy it. The newspaper quoted Kathy Love, sister of Wallace victim Carolyn Love, who told a reporter, "I don't believe he's sorry. He wouldn't have lied to me for 2 years while my sister was missing, and then killed all those other women." Her sentiments reflected those of the other relatives present. Brandy Henderson's cousin, George Burrell, when asked what he thought, merely shook his head and simply wanted to know what made Wallace do what he'd done. Defender Isabel Day's explanation for that was, Wallace is very sick, very mentally ill. She wept when the trial ended, not for her court loss, but because the high emotions she needed to suspend over the months of the trial could finally be released. After his trial, Henry Louis Wallace was transferred to North Carolina's only death row unit, that in Central Prison, Raleigh. His verdict was automatically appealed. The appeal was complex, but basically, it resurrected some earlier issues, including Henry Louis Wallace's involuntary confession and the delay of the issuance of his Miranda rights, and contested some new ones: the possible illegality of the court's refusal to accept the defense's motion for change of venue to a less prejudicial locale, and even the definitions of premeditation and deliberation as they applied to Wallace's crimes. On May 5, 2000, the Supreme Court of North Carolina filed its response. We conclude defendant received a fair trial and capital sentencing proceeding, free from judicial error, and the sentences of death recommended by the jury and entered by the trial court are not disproportionate. No error. For a man whose appeals cited coerced confessions, Wallace kept talking, as if to dump guilt from every dark corner of his bones. Even before his trial, Wallace had confessed to other murders for which he was not charged. Besides the prostitute he had admitted killing in Charlotte, he also claims to have killed, while in the Navy, a woman called Tashanda Bethia in South Carolina in 1990. And there were more, criminal justice professor Charisse Costin informs us. After his incarceration, he told authorities of others. If all true, the estimated number nears 20, all murdered across the world while he was on naval duty in various ports of call. In the meantime, the prisoner sits in Central Prison, a 3-hour drive from Charlotte. According to Costin, officials need to keep him separated from other unit prisoners who drew him into fights the minute he arrived there. But, says she, some of those who at first picked on him might think differently now. He was 180 pounds when arrested. He now weighs in at about 400. All prison time hasn't been downcast for Wallace, however. He married prison nurse Rebecca Torrias on June 5, 1998, the vows being exchanged in a small room next to the death chamber. Although they were never allowed to consummate their marriage, the couple remains in communication. Torrias is a constant visitor. But the memory of his wedding day almost assuredly lightens the daily load. If by chance he glances down the corridor where the death chamber sits, he probably remembers his wedding ceremony at that end of the hall, rather than the less merry one he must someday experience. Carlton Gary once said, "I don't have any parents." Of course, this was not true. 2 parents biologically conceived him. It was not completely accurate in a figurative sense either. Gary's father deserted him for a while, and his mother raised him at least some of the time. But it may have reflected a psychological reality that, as a child, he never felt truly bonded to his mother or anyone else. Carlton Gary was born in Columbus, Georgia on December 15, 1952. His father was a construction worker who wanted nothing to do with the son he had sired and would accept no financial responsibility for Carlton. The father saw Gary only once when the boy was 12. His impoverished mother lived a nomadic life, moving from one address to another. Sometimes she was utterly unable to care for him and deposited the youngster with his aunt on his father's side, Lillian Nesbitt, or his great-aunt on his mother's side, Elma Williams. His Aunt Lillian and his mother both at various times worked as housekeepers for wealthy older white women. Carlton likely learned contempt and hatred for this group through his aunt's and mother's experiences with them. Older people are often ailing and, as a result, complaining. Depending on their personality, the people his aunt worked for may also have been petty, demanding, and fussy. Since these employers came of age in an era where segregation and white supremacy were taken for granted, they may also have been racists. The boy may have heard about their prejudice, which may have fed the hatred for whites that he would later demonstrate. Carlton Gary was a bright youngster with a very high IQ score. However, it's probable he also suffered some sort of brain damage. His mother or another guardian often could not scrape together enough money to feed him properly, and the boy was malnourished, a problem known to result in brain deficiencies. The desperately hungry youngster was sometimes seen rummaging through garbage cans for food. In elementary school, the boy had an accident on a schoolyard ball field that knocked him unconscious. Apparently, Carlton became a traveling sort early on. His mother's brother, William David, received a phone call from a military police officer at the Fort Lee Army Post in Virginia, saying a child wanted to talk to him. Carlton, then 8 years old, was put on the phone. "It's Gary," the boy said. "Come get me." David has said he never found out how the child got to Virginia on his own. Carlton continued shuffling between his aunts and his mother, and primarily between Columbus, Georgia, and various places in Florida into his mid-teens. He was 16 years old when he came back to Fort Myers, Florida, the house where he'd lived with his mother, and found it empty. He learned that his mother was in Gainesville and followed her there. Then the frustrated, largely unguided teenager embarked on a criminal career. He was charged with breaking and entering because he tried to get into someone else's car. 2 months after that charge was made, another case of breaking and entering was brought against him. Gary was also convicted of firebombing a grocery store. That crime was probably motivated by a grudge against the shop owner, who had pressed charges against Gary's mother for a bad check. Given later events, it may also be significant that the owner was white, for racial bias may have played a part in this crime, as it certainly did in his later, far more severe offenses. It seemed like something good was going on in Gary's life, even amid criminality and chaos. He met, courted, and married a woman named Sheila. As an adult, Gary was a good-looking man with a high forehead. He liked to wear his hair in a large afro and often sported dark glasses. For his crimes, Gary was taken into custody shortly after his marriage. He escaped from jail and fled to Connecticut. He contacted Sheila, and she joined her fugitive husband in Connecticut. The couple lived a nomadic life there, moving along the state's southern shore to Old Saybrook, New London, Hartford, and Bridgeport. In Bridgeport, Gary again ran afoul of the law. He was arrested for assaulting a police officer. He and Sheila went across the state line to Albany, New York. In Albany, Carlton tried to embark on a music career. He showed promise since he got gigs in various nightclubs. Nellie Farmer had spent most of her life working as a school teacher. People don't go into teaching for the money, but for the satisfaction of nurturing and instructing the young. When she retired, Farmer was able to support herself but could not afford a nice residence. In 1970, she lived alone in a tiny retirement hotel. She was asleep when she was suddenly awoken to a real-life nightmare. A man had broken in. He had non-consensual sex with the older woman. One can only guess the horror that went through her mind as a stranger did this to her, causing her physical agony and psychic humiliation. Then he strangled her to death with a scarf. Police found her corpse lying face down on the floor. Bedclothes covered her. 2 months earlier, there had been a similar attack, but the victim had survived. Both victims were women, both were elderly, and both were white. Later, Josephine Dietz was attacked by a black male who broke into her home. Like the other 2 victims, she was elderly and white. He grabbed her by the throat and slammed her to the floor. Then he took her purse and took off. The police apprehended a man for the Dietz crime just 4 days after it occurred. That man was named Carlton Gary, although he told the officers that his name was Carl Michaels. His fingerprint had been found in Nellie Farmer's retirement hotel room. Carl Michaels acknowledged that he had been in Farmer's residence when she was killed, but claimed he had never touched her. He claimed that he had burglarized her home while an accomplice, a man whose name is reported as John Lee Mitchell, assaulted and murdered Farmer. He said the police couldn't find John Lee's fingerprints because he'd worn gloves while committing the crime. Then the seemingly helpful Michaels led them to a letter that he claimed John Lee had written. In it, John Lee talks about his involvement in the murder of Nellie Farmer. While walking down the hallway, Gary relates, John put on his rubber gloves. He told me not to worry about my fingerprints as I had no record, and they couldn't be traced. We came to this hotel room door. When John went to this door, he noticed that he had some kind of material jammed in the door lock. John went in first. I followed him. John turned on me and said, "Check out the bathroom." The bathroom was dark. I could see John holding a flashlight and going through papers in the other room. I noticed the bed was all messed up. I heard some people coming down the hall. I got scared. After the sound stopped, I saw John with his flashlight go over toward the door, and I saw John direct the flashlight to this door at the bottom of a low, big trunk. John asked me to help him move this trunk. When the flashlight that John was holding shined on the trunk, I noticed the head of a human being up against this trunk. The head of this human being was stretched out on the floor. I could tell this was a woman's body, a white woman. I saw John reach down and grab this human head by the hair and throw it to one side. I did not step over the body, but John asked me to help him put this trunk on the bed. I reached down, and with my hands I picked up the trunk, and with John helping me, we put the trunk on the messed up bed. John started to work on the lock of the trunk. There were some pots and pans and some household stuff in the trunk. We searched through the stuff in the trunk. I picked up John's snow boots and walked out of the hotel room. I walked around the hallway and down to the elevator. John was still in the room. I waited there about 25 or 30 minutes, and then John came up State Street and he joined me. Gary readily agreed to testify against his partner. Mainly based on that testimony, John Lee was convicted. Gary later recanted his story, and John Lee had his conviction overturned on appeal. Further investigation convinced authorities that John Lee had nothing to do with the farmer killing. It seemed that Gary had successfully escaped punishment by throwing suspicion on an acquaintance since, as Jordan wrote, no one was ever successfully tried for the murder of Nellie Farmer. When Gary was freed from prison in 1975, he went to Syracuse, New York. On December 31, 1976, a man broke into a 59-year-old woman's Syracuse home, had non-consensual sex with her, and choked her with a pillowcase. The victim survived. Police would later become convinced that the attempted murderer was Gary. 4 days later, on January 3, 1977, a 55-year-old white woman named Jean Frost is believed to have had the great misfortune of meeting Carlton Gary. She'd just had a birthday and was asleep when a noise jerked her awake. Blinking into the darkness, she made out a man standing in her bedroom doorway. Then he jumped on top of her. A panicked Frost tried to escape from her attacker, and he angrily told her, "You shouldn't have struggled." He ripped her nightgown and shoved part of it into her mouth. Repeatedly and furiously, he hit the older woman in the face as she choked on the crude gag. Despite the darkness, Frost was confident she saw that her attacker was a mustached black man. Then he wrapped a scarf around her neck, choked her, and she blacked out. Jean Frost survived. When she came to her senses, she was aware of an extraordinary physical pain in her vagina. She was bleeding profusely from her genital area. Because of that, doctors would be unable to do the tests usually done in non-consensual sex cases for the presence of semen. The next day, January 4th, 2 men were arrested at a Syracuse bank. They were trying to turn $191 worth of coins into cash. The coins had been stolen from a man who lived in the same apartment building as Jean Frost. One of the men arrested, Carlton Gary, tried to resist being taken into custody. Marijuana was found on him, as was a gold watch that belonged to Jean Frost. He told the police that his name was Carlton Michaels. When Gary was interrogated, he admitted he had gone to Jean Frost's apartment complex, but claimed he'd been a lookout for his crime partner, the same man with whom he'd been arrested. Jean Frost could not identify Michaels as the man who tried to kill her. There was no direct physical evidence linking either man to the crime scene. No one was ever charged with the non-consensual sex and attempted murder of Frost. However, since he had been caught with stolen coins, Gary had violated parole and was sent back to prison. 8 months after his return, on August 22, 1977, Gary escaped from the Onondaga prison. He went to Columbus, Georgia, his birthplace. Columbus is the second largest city in Georgia. Atlanta is the first. The population of the metropolitan area is a little less than 300,000. It's located on the Chattahoochee River, along Georgia's southwestern boundary with Alabama. The Army base of Fort Benning adjoins Columbus. Often called the Fountain City because so many homes and churches have fountains, Columbus boasts a National Historic District in its downtown area containing many homes from the 19th century. A friendly, bustling, modern city, Columbus is known for having a high quality of life on several counts. One of them is that it has a relatively low crime rate for a city of its size. That may have made it all the more shocking when a serial strangler terrorized the city. Mary Willis Fern Jackson was an attractive older white woman with a prominent forehead who wore her dark hair up and swept back from her brow. She worked as the director of the Education Division at the Columbus Health Department. She enjoyed a reputation as a reliable employee, dedicated to helping the people of Georgia, especially the poor and racial minorities. She resided alone in a brick home in the affluent Winton section of Columbus. She kept her house clean and tidy and devoted herself to furnishing it. On the night of September 15, 1977, she awoke to find an intruder in her bedroom. He wrapped a nylon stocking around her neck and choked the life out of her. The next day, Jackson's fellow employees at the Columbus Health Department were concerned. It was not like her to fail to show up and not even call. They phoned the police, who went to her home and found her body. As well as the stocking around her neck, there was a pillow over the dead woman's face. The murderer had gotten in through a window. Jackson's home did not appear to have been burglarized. Columbus police detective Ronald Lynn was quoted in Murder in the Peach State as saying, "The only real sign that anything had been gone through was an open dresser drawer. We found it peculiar because there was a bank envelope containing money in the drawer that he would have had to have seen." Lynn also found black hairs that did not belong to the victim. Their texture led him to believe they belonged to a black person. The evidence pointing towards a black murderer was thin, so those working the case were told not to reveal too much. The police did not want to risk antagonizing the black community with a premature assertion of the strangler's racial background. 5 days before the murder of Fern Jackson, another white female senior citizen living in the same neighborhood had been attacked. That victim had survived, but was so severely injured that she remained hospitalized almost a week later and could not speak to the police. Jean Demenstein was a friendly, 71-year-old woman who wore large harlequin glasses and had her light hair styled in a series of soft waves. Before retiring, she and her brother, Fred, had co-owned and managed Fred and Jean's department store. She often dined out with friends. She was frightened about the news reports about a murderer targeting older women and had discussed it with neighbors. On the night of September 25, 1977, someone took the hinge off of Demenstein's front door and entered her home. He punched the woman in the face, had non-consensual sex with her, and then strangled her to death with a nylon stocking. With the report of Demenstein's murder, the elderly women of Columbus plunged into panic. Many put extra locks and deadbolts on their doors. Women who had not previously owned firearms bought guns. The police department of Columbus was working hard to catch this predator and protect the city's older women. Stakeouts were arranged throughout the Winton area. Marked and unmarked patrol cars combed the neighborhood. Undercover police officers were hidden inside the homes of elderly residents who were thought to be the most likely targets. Meanwhile, the woman who'd been assaulted 5 days before Fern Jackson had recovered enough to talk to the police. She said her attacker had been a stranger and was a black male. On October 2, 1977, Jerome Livis was arrested for having non-consensual sex with 55-year-old Beatrice Breyer and beating her to death. Breyer had been Livis's girlfriend, and she had not lived in the Winton area. Nevertheless, there were enough similarities, the victim's age, the brutality of the crime, for police to suspect a connection. On October 14th, they officially announced that Livis was a suspect in the stalking stranglings. Livis confessed to murdering Fern Jackson and Jean Demenstein. The elderly women of Columbus breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that their nightmare was over. The man who had terrorized them was safely behind bars. Police called off the Winton area stakeout. The apprehension of the stalking strangler was one reason that 89-year-old Florence Schiebel, a Winton area senior citizen, had to be happy. The other was that it was time for the World Series. The dark-haired and bespectacled woman was a great baseball fan. She followed the game avidly. Like many die-hard fans, she was familiar with all the different players and their batting averages. Each day's highlight was when she listened to the baseball games on the radio. She preferred radio to TV because she was nearly blind. She also had trouble with mobility and used a 4-legged walker. It was still daylight when an intruder barged into Florence Schiebel's residence. He forced her onto the bed and punched her in the face. Then he had non-consensual sex with a woman who was only 10 days shy of what would have been her 90th birthday. Finally, he wrapped a stocking around her throat and strangled her. A few hours later, her son dropped by to visit her. He found his mother dead with a pillow over her face and a stocking tightly knotted around her neck. Just as they had previously breathed a sigh of relief, the citizens of Columbus now let out a collective gasp of horror. The stalking strangler was still out and about and doing his dirty work. The man the police had considered a suspect, Jerome Livis, had the most ironclad alibi. He was in jail. What about his confession to the Jackson and Demenstein killings? It turned out that Livis was one of those criminals who were willing to confess to just about anything. He would soon sign a confession that he was the assassin of President John F. Kennedy in 1963 and President William McKinley in 1901, and had been in the infamous Lindbergh baby kidnapping of 1932. Perhaps Livis figured he had nothing to lose, or maybe he just thrived on the attention he could get by claiming guilt in other crimes. At any rate, he remained in jail but as a suspect in the murder of Beatrice Breyer only. Martha Thurmond was a bespectacled 69-year-old woman with dark hair, a strong jaw, and thin lips. She had taught elementary school for nearly 20 years before her retirement. A widow, she lived alone and was deeply concerned about the rash of slayings in the city. She shared her fears with others in her demographic group of aging white females. "We just have to wait," she said, "and pray it won't be us next." She had been expected at her mother-in-law's house. When she did not show up, a niece had gone to check on her. There was no answer to her knock or the doorbell, and probably with a sinking feeling of dread, the niece phoned the police. The officers found that Martha Thurmond had been strangled in her home. Columbus had lost 4 citizens, all elderly white females, to the wrath and heartlessness of a mysterious murderer. Oddly, for a serial murderer, it's believed that Gary downshifted from non-consensual sex to murder to less serious crimes. He began robbing fast food restaurants. Tragically, he did not abandon non-consensual sex and murder. Kathleen Woodruff was an elegant and wealthy socialite with high cheekbones and a long nose. She was well known to all in the Winton area. Her late husband, George C. Woodruff, was a prominent industrialist. 3 days after Christmas, the 77-year-old woman was found dead in her home. She had non-consensual sex and was strangled. A task force was formed to work specifically on finding the stalking strangler, also called the Chattahoochee Choker. Heading the stalking strangler detail were Deputy Commander James B. Hicks and Director Ronald A. Jones. Detective Ronald Lynn was one of those on the detail. Like many other women, Ruth Schwab had become an executive through the death of her husband. Simon Schwab had founded Schwab Manufacturing Company in 1912. They made men's apparel. When Simon died in 1954, the presidency of the company passed to his wife. Although she had never been active in helping to operate it during her husband's lifetime, she learned fast and made a go of it. She was awarded the title Woman of the Year in Columbus in 1966. 10 years later, Ruth Schwab sold the company and retired. However, she led an active life, walking or jogging every day and doing volunteer work in civic activities. She lived in a lovely brick home that had a simple, homemade security system. There was a button attached to the side of her bed. That button connected with a wire that would sound in the bedroom of her next-door neighbor. On the cold night of February the 11th, 1978, Ruth Schwab was assaulted in her bed. A young black male had climbed through a window and attacked her. She woke up to see him with his hand around her throat. The desperate woman pressed the alarm button. She struggled with all the might she could muster as, without speaking a word, his muscular hands wrapped a stocking around her neck. He did not know that an alarm had gone off next door and that Dr. Burdett had called the police. The cops got to Ruth Schwab's house 2 minutes after they were called. Detective Lynn and his partner, police officer Robert Matthews, were the first on the scene. As they approached the house, they heard sounds through the open window. They were the noises of someone gasping and gurgling for breath. They were not too late. Schwab was alive, and the stalking strangler was in the room with her. Lynn told other officers to surround the house. The excited officers believed they might catch their elusive, murderous quarry that very night. However, when they made it into Schwab's bedroom, the frightened, injured woman was alone. Lynn immediately loosened the stocking, and Schwab started vomiting. A neighbor saw a black man running through his yard. Personnel in the ambulance summoned for Schwab had seen a black male running across the road just before they got to her address. The stalking strangler detail was beset by mixed emotions. They were gratified and proud that quick action on the part of the police had prevented the murderer from taking another life. At the same time, they were frustrated that they had just barely missed nabbing him. Unfortunately, the strangler would attack another old woman within 24 hours of the assault on Schwab. This time, he would kill her. She was 78-year-old widow Mildred Dismukes Borum. She was not strangled with a stocking, but with a Venetian blind cord cut from a window of her home. Police would find signs that a fierce struggle had occurred as Borum fought for her life. A lamp was broken and lay near her feet. When Detective Ronald Jones saw Borum's body, he was devastated. He did something that's a natural reaction of frustration and grief, but is not acceptable in the macho world of the police force. He burst into tears. Then he went to a hospital for an examination and was suffering from exhaustion. The city of Columbus felt like it was under siege. The police appeared inefficient. They were frustrated, overworked, and overwrought. Then, amazingly, the case took an entirely new, grisly turn. In February 1978, The Columbus police chief received a mysterious, frightening letter supposedly from a white racist group of vigilantes called the Forces of Evil. The Forces of Evil wrote that if the police did not apprehend the stalking strangler by the 1st of June, they would murder a black woman in retaliation for what were believed to be murders of white women by a black man. That black woman, the letter went on to assert, would be Gail Jackson. She had already been kidnapped and was being held by the group. She would die unless the police caught, in the letter's terms, the S Strangler. Investigators learned that Gail Jackson was a black woman from nearby Fort Benning, and, chillingly, she was missing. While they were still puzzling over the disappearance of Gail Jackson, the police received a second letter from the supposed Forces of Evil. They demanded a $10,000 ransom for the kidnapped woman's freedom. Columbus took these baffling, frightening letters to the Behavioral Science Unit of the FBI. As Jordan wrote in Murder in the Peach State, that unit came to some startling conclusions. They felt the author or authors of the Forces of Evil letter were not 7 white men, but more likely 1 black man. The profilers believed he probably already killed Gail Jackson and that the letters were intended to divert attention away from the real killer. The profile predicted him to be an artilleryman or military policeman. An excerpt in the letter which stated, "The victims will double," led profilers to believe that he may already have also killed 2 other women. They also believed that he might be the stalking strangler. Investigators eventually arrested William Hance for the murder of Gail Jackson. He was a black artilleryman at Fort Benning. He confessed to having authored the Forces of Evil letter and to having killed 2 other women in addition to Gail Jackson. However, there were no links between Hance and the stalking stranglings. Unlike many stalking strangler victims, 61-year-old Janet Coffer was not retired. She still taught 1st grade. Dark-haired and dimpled, she wore glasses, had a dachshund named Buffy who slept under her bed, and an adult son named Mike who sometimes stayed with her. She attended church regularly and was active in her church's activities. In early April, Janet Coffer suffered a heart-rending loss. Little Buffy was struck and killed by a car. Mike was not at his mother's home on the fateful night of April 19, 1978. Janet Coffer was strangled in her bed. It's believed that, at about this time, Carlton Gary took a break from murdering to raise money through robbery. Concealing his identity behind a bag with holes cut out so he could see, he did restaurant holdups with a gun. Soon a Columbus woman named Theda Cartwright reported to police that her .357 Magnum high-standard revolver was missing. She did not live in the Winton area, and officers had no reason to connect the apparent theft of the gun with the stranglings. Theda Cartwright's boyfriend was Carlton Gary, but she did not tell the police that, nor indicate that she had any reason to suspect him of having taken the weapon. In June, Gary moved back to Florida, where he continued to rob restaurants. He threatened the people there with a sawed-off shotgun and hid his face behind a bandana and oversized sunglasses. Carlton Gary was back in Georgia when the police arrested him, not for murder but for trespassing. He was in Hapeville, a suburb of Atlanta, when he was caught in the wee morning hours of June 19, 1978, scaling the balconies of the Royal Blue Inn. He was caught with a gold-colored bag. Inside it, the police found $1,478.25. He told the authorities his name was Michael David. He easily made the small bail required for the charge against him. A man as clever as he is evil, he once again slipped through the law's fingers. He traveled Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina for the next few months, robbing various restaurants. Sometimes he had non-consensual sex with women when he robbed. Sometimes he had an accomplice. In Gaffney, South Carolina, a police officer named Richard Weaver spotted a black man with a gun running out of the back of a Po Folks restaurant. Investigation revealed the Po Folks had just been robbed. Weaver radioed for assistance. Police with a team of bloodhounds were in the area. After an intense 3-hour chase, the canines led their handlers to a suspect. The man was Carlton Gary, but gave his name as Michael David. Gary, or David, admitted to being involved in the robbery, but said an accomplice had actually committed it. The story collapsed when witnesses from the restaurant fingered the supposed Michael David. Research revealed that Michael David was the same Carl Michaels whose fingerprints had been found in the home of the strangled Albany woman Nellie Farmer and who had escaped from prison in Onondaga, New York. Investigators from Columbus, Georgia came down to South Carolina to question Gary, not about the Winton area murders, but about similar restaurant robberies. The suspect confessed to 5 armed robberies. Convicted of robbery and escape, he was imprisoned in South Carolina but escaped in 1984. He headed for Columbus, Georgia. On April 18, 1984, an undercover officer saw him sitting in a Ford in a parking lot smoking marijuana. The officer tried to arrest him, but Gary pushed him away and ran into the woods behind the parking lot. The officer gave chase and took him into custody. Gary gave his name as Michael David when arrested on charges of possession of marijuana and obstruction of an officer. Again, he quickly posted the modest bond on these charges and was freed. The wily Gary began traveling with 3 other people, 2 men and a woman. They were driving a 1984 Lincoln. The robber of restaurants from Gainesville in Florida and Columbus in Georgia was known to use such a car. Police in Columbus hoped against hope that a lead they were developing in the long, dragged-out case of the stalking strangler would pan out. A .22 Luger handgun had been stolen from a Winton house at the time of the murders. An anonymous caller called the gun owner and said, "The police have the gun you had stolen from you." The gun owner reported the call to the Columbus police. At first, they were baffled. They did not have that gun, but could police in another area have it? Detectives put out a nationwide teletype asking if anyone had it. No other police department did. 2 Kalamazoo, Michigan clerks went painstakingly through their records and found that the weapon had been registered at their shop in 1981. Detectives tracked the gun down to its current owner, who said he had purchased it in Phoenix City, Alabama, from Jim Gary. The police interviewed Jim Gary, who said he had gotten it from his nephew, Carlton Gary. Detectives then discovered that Gary had recently escaped from the South Carolina prison where he was serving time as Michael David. That made their job especially urgent. If Gary was the stalking strangler, elderly women were in terrible danger. Fingerprints of Carlton Gary were matched to prints found in the home of victim Kathleen Gary. Then Columbus police were contacted by investigators from Phoenix City who were looking for suspected robbers and cocaine runners, one of whom was known as Michael David. Carlton Gary may well be one of the most slippery criminals ever. On April 30th, 1984, the police almost caught him. The Lincoln was found in an apartment complex, and police moved in, but Gary had spotted their light and fled out the back door. He was naked and holding his clothes. The police raided a room within days and found 3 of his robbery and cocaine accomplices, but no Carlton Gary. The most wanted and dangerous man in Georgia was still wanted, dangerous, and free. On the early morning of May 3, 1984, acting on a tip, a SWAT team went to a Holiday Inn in Albany, Georgia. Carlton Gary was in a room with a woman. When that woman came out of that room to go to an ice machine, SWAT members asked her to go to a room for questioning. She agreed to cooperate with authorities and told them that Gary had a gun on the nightstand. Trying to decoy him into opening the door, she went back to it and knocked but ran away before he answered it. Gary opened the door, saw the police, and tried to shut it, but the officers kept it open with their shoulders. Then the team swarmed into the room and captured him. Extreme wickedness is something that's hard for ordinary people to fathom. It's somehow mind-boggling that a vicious serial murderer is a human being made of flesh and blood. A detective riding in the back seat with Carlton Gary on the way to police headquarters commented on the sense of unreality he felt. He'd been a ghost, the officer recalled. Now I was sitting in the back seat with him. He was a human being. I leaned over and brushed against him a couple of times to see if he was real. True to his pattern, Gary confessed to having been at the homes of the Winton area victims, but denied having non-consensual sex or murdering them. His accomplice, Malvin Alamichael Crittenden, had done that. I did the burglaries, Gary explained, and Michael killed the old ladies. Crittenden existed and was located by the police. He denied taking part in the stalking stranglings, and police could find no evidence to connect him to them. Carlton Gary came to trial in August 1986 for the notorious stalking stranglings, a full 9 years after the last killing had been committed. At least one of the jurors was shocked she had been chosen for jury duty on the case. Retired schoolteacher Eleanor Childers was in the same age group as the victims. She and her attorney's son believed that would keep her off the jury. Her son had told her, "They won't have you. They don't want you." She had been called up for jury duty on previous occasions but was always rejected. "But they took me that time," she later marveled. Early in the trial, a peevish Gary told the judge he was sick and asked to be excused from this circus or whatever you call it. The judge denied the request. He was Muskogee County Superior Court Judge Kenneth Followill, a man with straight thin hair who wore large glasses. He was a respected jurist. Gary was defended by August Bud Seaman III, an attorney who specialized in defending capital cases. Muskogee County District Attorney William J. Smith headed the state's team. In his opening statement, Smith told the jury that while Gary was charged with 3 murders, the government would show evidence connecting him to 7. He went on to say that they would hear of how, when Gary was suspected of killing Nellie Farmer, he had successfully deflected suspicion from himself by implicating another man, and now Gary repeated the subterfuge. Seaman's opening tried to downplay the significance of the fingerprint evidence. Fingerprints prove nothing except that a person was at a location, Seaman told the jury. They don't prove that he was the murderer. He also suggested that the police were desperate to pin the stranglings on someone because they'd been so helpless to stop them. They had officers in trees, he recounted. They had officers hiding in the bushes with night vision devices. They had stakeout houses with police inside. All this, and they didn't catch the killer when he was committing all these crimes. The state put on witnesses who saw Gary in the vicinity of the crime scenes, fingerprint experts, and medical personnel who testified to the condition of the victims' bodies. Much of the testimony was quite gruesome, and some jurors had difficulty both listening to it and viewing pictures of what had been done to the elderly women. Being on the jury was something of an ordeal. The notoriety of it led to their being sequestered. Their mail, newspapers, magazines, and all other contacts with the outside world were heavily censored. Their conditions were difficult, and the jurors chafed under the restrictions. It was awful being locked up for such a long time, Childers said. It's like you're a criminal or something. It's a strange experience for a free person to be locked up like that. They treated us well, but it was like being in jail. When he was chosen as a Gary juror, T.H. Askins was a worker at the Dundee Mill bleachery. The mill would not pay Askins for the time he was not there, and the $25 a day juror fee was not as much as he could have earned. However, he understands the concept of civic responsibility. That's okay, he commented on the financial loss. I knew it was my duty. All in all, he said, the time he spent as a sequestered juror was pretty miserable. Perhaps the most heartrending testimony came from one of the victims who had survived an attack. Jean Frost was now 64. When she was 55, she'd been robbed, beaten, had non-consensual sex so viciously her vagina had copiously bled, strangled, and left for dead. She told the story of her attack and was followed by a detective who told how Gary's fingerprints had been found in her home. He also testified that Gary had confessed to the robbery, but pinned the physical assault on another man. The other man came into court to testify to his time behind bars because of Gary's false accusation. After the prosecution rested, the defense called Jerome Livis, who had confessed to the stalking stranglings, among many other crimes, to the stand. They also called officers involved in the investigation in an attempt to suggest, as Jordan wrote, that police had molded the evidence to fit Gary. The jury convicted him on all 9 counts with which he was charged. The punishment for the 3 first-degree murders could be either life imprisonment or death. They sentenced him to death. As is typical in death penalty cases, Carlton Gary's has been appealed many times. Execution dates have been set and stays issued. This clever, twisted, cruel man remained on death row. Cold case investigators have reportedly connected Carlton Gary to the unsolved June 17, 1975 murder of a 40-year-old woman in Syracuse, New York. According to an article published in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, that woman was schoolteacher Marion Fisher. The article reported that Fisher had been walking home from a bar after a fight with her husband, who became the chief suspect in the case. However, tests showed that the husband's DNA did not match evidence from the crime scene. The article continued, reporting that New York investigators traveled to the Georgia prison where Gary was held to interview him about the Fisher case. They questioned him for about 2 hours, but would not disclose what Gary said in the interview. Syracuse Police Lieutenant Ron Rockwood said that no charges have been filed against Gary in the Fisher case, and that the Onondaga County District Attorney's Office has not yet decided whether or not there will be. However, he added that the new evidence had brought a sense of closure to Fisher's relatives. "We're pleased to be able to bring an end to it for the Fisher family," he said. "They've waited for it for 32 years." Carlton Gary's attorneys appealed his convictions in the Columbus stalking stranglings, for which he sat on death row. "We've got several grounds," said Gary's lawyer John R. Martin. But the primary ones right now are the failure of the state to provide us with expert assistance regarding semen evidence found at one of the crime scenes, the Martha Thurmond crime scene. Our experts indicate that Mr. Gary couldn't have left the semen at that crime scene. We're also currently investigating a bite mark left at the Janet Coffer crime scene, and our expert is looking at that. The defense didn't disclose that there was such a bite mark impression. An article by Richard Hyatt in the Columbus Ledger-Inquirer reported that in May 2006, U.S. District Court Judge Clay Land instructed the warden of the Georgia Diagnostic and Classification Center to allow a forensic dentist to make an impression of Carlton Gary's teeth. Martin requested the impression so his client's teeth could be compared to bite marks on the breast of Janet Coffer. Coffer was one of 7 women thought to be the Columbus Stalking Strangler victims. However, Gary was never legally charged with Coffer's murder, even though the prosecution suggested that all 7 were victims of the same man. Hyatt quotes Martin saying, "He's either the strangler or he's not. If we prove he's not the strangler in any of the cases, that's strong evidence that he's not the strangler." Martin has also stated, "Mr. Gary is not the least bit troubled by our doing the test because he's confident it will show he's innocent. He's encouraged new testing." Attorneys for the state contend that the failure of Gary's teeth impression to match the Coffer bite mark would be meaningless. Hyatt quoted a brief filed by Susan Boleyn of the state's Attorney General's office, which contends, "Clearly, valid testing cannot be conducted now over 20 to 30 years after the exemplar was created, and 23 years after Gary had dental work altering his dental impression." At least one author doubts Gary's guilt. He's British writer David Rose, who traveled to Georgia in 1996 to write an article on the death penalty for a magazine called The Observer. While researching it, he became interested in Carlton Gary and the Columbus Stalking Stranglings. In a lengthy 2-part article in The Observer, Rose states some of the reasons he questions Gary's guilt. He points to Gary's extroverted personality and his popularity with women as making him a contrast to the classic profile of the serial killer as a socially inept loner. However, there have been others, such as the infamous Ted Bundy, who broke that mold. Rose has more substantial doubts. Some center around the aforementioned bite mark evidence. He writes that Columbus dentist Sonny Galbraith made a cast of the strangler's teeth. He also quotes Galbraith claiming that one of the killer's top front teeth displayed an unusual and striking deformity, a mesial rotation. In effect, it was twisted out of alignment. He further contends that the killer's deformity would have been noticeable every time he smiled. Rose claims that he interviewed people who knew Gary at the time of the murders, who said Gary's teeth were perfectly straight. Rose also cites semen evidence as possibly exculpatory. DNA testing was not available when Gary was tried. Rose writes that prosecution expert Joseph Weigel testified that he tested semen from strangler victims and concluded that the murderer was a non-secretor, a man who does not secrete the usual amounts of antigens, substances that stimulate immune response and can be used as blood group markers, into his bodily fluids. In response to evidence that showed Gary was a secretor in his saliva, Weigel responded that he might secrete antigens in one bodily fluid, but not another, or that he'd been a non-secretor and since become a secretor. Rose claims to have contacted a British expert named Dr. David Roberts, who disputes Weigel's findings and does not believe a man could secrete in one fluid and not another. According to his article, Rose then masterminded an experiment to test this possibility and writes of himself engaging in a cloak-and-dagger operation on a prison visit to Gary. Gary ejaculated onto a piece of paper, wrapped it in cling film, and put it in an envelope, which I hid in a document file and smuggled out of prison. Then, in front of me, he plucked some hairs from his head. Following instructions from my British expert, I let the semen dry in my hotel room and sent it and the hair to a specialist lab in California. Dr. Brian Raxel, once Weigel's college tutor, DNA matched the hair roots and semen to establish the semen came from Gary. Then he did the secretor test. Gary was a strong blood group O secretor. He compared the results with those that Weigel obtained when he tested the best sample from the strangler, from a neat semen trace left on Martha Thurmond's body in 1977. The antigen level in Gary's semen was at least 3,000 times higher. After writing about this, Rose cites the opinion of a scientist interviewed by Martin, who asserts that if a semen test showed Gary to be a strong secretor, he cannot be the killer. Discussing Gary's escape from the Onondaga prison, Rose writes, He sawed through the bars of his cell and jumped more than 20 feet to the ground, breaking his ankle. Rose continues, "One thing on which there's no dispute is that Gary was wearing a plaster cast and could barely walk for the first few weeks after reaching Columbus." Rose finds it unlikely that someone in that condition could have spirited himself undetected into and around Winton. However, what is really remarkable is that a man with a broken ankle was able to make good his escape. Rose says Gary found and stole a bicycle near the prison wall. He then had the cast put on by a Rochester physician. Testimony from prosecution witnesses about Gary's time in Columbus after the escape indicated that he did indeed have an injured foot, but that it did not prevent him from getting around. Bruce L. Jordan, in Murder in the Peach State, quotes a witness as remembering him hopping like a duck. Gary would have been considerably stronger and more agile than the strangler's elderly female victims, even with an injured foot. Rose claims that when Gary was in custody in Gaffney, South Carolina, for robbery in 1979, Detective Richard Smith took Gary's fingerprints to Columbus print identification officers, who found that they did not match prints at the scenes of the stranglings, even though the prosecution would claim at Gary's trial 7 years later that they did match. Rose disputes the identification of Gary by surviving victim Gertrude Miller. He claims that an attorney for Gary who handled his appeals before Martin, Jeff Ertel, won access to a prosecution-sealed dossier through the Open Records Act. According to Rose, that dossier disclosed that when first questioned, Miller had said it had been so dark that she didn't know whether the intruder was black or white. Later, she identified 3 other suspects in succession, all of whom looked different, and none of them like Gary. However, several other witnesses placed Gary in the vicinity of the stranglings, but Rose's article does not mention them. Bruce L. Jordan, in Murder in the Peach State, expresses confidence that Gary is the Columbus stalking strangler. "The evidence against Carlton Gary was strong," he wrote. "To believe he's innocent, jurors would have believed the police had been planting evidence against him since 1970. It would have involved a collaboration between police in Albany, Syracuse, and Columbus. The strongest evidence that that is not the case is whenever Carlton Gary was confronted with the fact that his fingerprints were in the home of strangled women, he never claimed they had been planted. He always acknowledged his presence and pointed the finger at other men." Jordan continues that Gary invariably accused other black men, showing that the loyalty that many African Americans display towards each other apparently did not extend to Carlton Gary. In his years on death row, Gary has developed an artistic talent. According to Martin, he was an outstanding artist. He made hand-drawn Christmas cards and birthday cards for other people who worked on his behalf and me. They were very good. Gary's art has been exhibited in prison. An individual who's visited Gary says he often draws pastels of musicians, cartoon characters, and scenes of everyday life among Black Americans. In 1996, Gary married a woman whom he met through a church group that makes visits to prisoners. His wife worked in the healthcare field. He also adopted her daughter. According to someone who knows his family, his wife visited him several times each month, and the couple have an easygoing rapport, despite the limitations imposed by his imprisonment. Gary was also said to be emotionally close to his adopted daughter. Martin says Gary kept busy in his cell on Georgia's death row. "He does artwork," Martin continued. "He spends a lot of time corresponding with people, staying in touch with his family, and hoping that he'll be exonerated." Others believe Gary had little chance of exoneration. The Supreme Court of Georgia, the Superior Court of Butts County, Georgia, and the United States District Court for the Middle District of Georgia had upheld his convictions. Among those who believed it likely Gary would keep a date with the executioner was William J. Smith, who led the prosecution. Jordan quoted him telling the jury that if Carlton Gary does not deserve the death penalty, it isn't appropriate for anyone. When authorities in 2007 first linked Gary to the 1975 Marion Fisher murder in Syracuse, New York, through DNA, prosecutors struggled to decide whether or not to charge him with the crime. Soon after the discovery, Onondaga County District Attorney William Fitzpatrick decided to close the case without charging Gary after discussing it with Fisher's family, including her widower, who had once been a suspect. Fitzpatrick made this decision because he feared that transporting Gary to New York might give him a chance to escape. 2 years later, the state of Georgia set Gary's execution for December 16, 2009. He had been sentenced to die for the murders of 3 women, Martha Thurmond, 69, Florence Schiebel, 89, and Kathleen Woodruff, 74. Fingerprints placed Gary at all 3 crime scenes, but he claimed an accomplice had non-consensual sex and killed the women. Just 4 hours before the execution, though, the Georgia Supreme Court issued a stay, ordering Muskogee County's Superior Court Judge Robert Johnson to convene a hearing to consider Gary's request for DNA testing. Before Judge Johnson could hear the hearing, Muskogee County District Attorney Julia Slater reached an agreement with Gary's attorneys on February 19, 2010, to have the Georgia Bureau of Investigation perform the tests. Julia Slater stated, "I'm not scared of the tests. I'm not afraid of the results." Jack Martin, one of Gary's lawyers, said, "We're happy that the state has agreed DNA testing should go forward. We hope a profile can be found from these items that can exonerate Mr. Gary." The agreement was for tests on semen found in Thurmond and Woodruff, as well as Jean Demenstein, 71, a woman whom authorities believed he murdered, but for whose murder he had never been tried. According to an article in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution by Bill Rankin, no DNA test was slated for semen found in Shebel because prosecutors considered the sample unreliable. The results for Woodruff were inconclusive, but the other results were shocking. The semen found in Demenstein came from Gary, but that found in Thurmond's did not. Prosecutor Slater said the results show that Gary was not framed, since the DNA in Demenstein and Fisher means he's a serial murderer. Slater indicated that the startling DNA results would not lead to a fresh investigation. "At this point, I'm concentrating on Carlton Gary," she stated. She added that her office would investigate the possibility that degradation or contamination invalidated the Thurmond test. However, Martin points out that Gary was not convicted of the Demenstein murder, but of Thurmond's killing. "If they want to try him on Demenstein, try him on that," Martin says, "but you can't sentence him to death on a case he wasn't convicted of." Martin also said, "The thing that's so frustrating is that we've come up with evidence ignored for years. Why aren't they out there trying to solve the crime instead of desperately trying to hang on to the conviction?" E.J. Covington, a retired GBI agent who headed the Stalking Strangler Task Force, supported the DNA testing. Writing in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Bill Torpy reported that Covington believed there was evidence that pointed to a second suspect that was not fully brought to light by the state. After the tests, Covington commented, "I thought DNA would give a definitive answer. Ironically, it was positive in Jean Demenstein and not in Mrs. Thurmond. It's muddied the water again rather than make it crystal clear." Bruce Jordan, the author of Murder in the Peach State, a book that devoted a chapter to the Columbus Stalking Strangler, was informed by a reporter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution of the DNA results. "Wow," Jordan responded, "you just floored me." Jordan noted that Gary was notorious for having other guys in his burglaries, implying that Gary's accomplice might have had non-consensual sex with Thurmond. The identity of the man who had non-consensual sex with Martha Thurmond is unknown. On March 15, 2018, Carlton Gary was executed by lethal injection. He died at 10:33 p.m. and declined to make a final statement. The Genesee River Gorge outside Rochester, New York, is a scenic vacation and recreation spot that features 3 picturesque waterfalls along the Genesee River. The area offers activities for hikers and picnickers, as well as people out fishing and hunting. 22 miles long and fairly deep, the gorge is touted as the Grand Canyon of the East. No one ever thought about murder there. At least, not until 1988. It was a hunter and his companions at Salmon Creek along Route 31 who came across a sight they would never forget. It was nearing the end of winter on March 24th, and the ice had broken over the water. Rising to the surface and covered in silt was the body of a dead woman, clad in jeans and a sweatshirt. At first, they thought she was a discarded mannequin, but one look at her frozen face told them otherwise. The men called the authorities and they brought the corpse out of the water. It was clear right away from serious bruises that this woman had been beaten, but they allowed the medical examiner, Nick Forbes, to complete a full examination and autopsy before making a final judgment. He noted that she had been strangled. Vaginal trauma, surrounded by teeth marks, was clear as well, although this might as easily have occurred after death as before. She appeared to have been viciously kicked in the genital area. Though she'd been in the water, she had not drowned. There was no water in her lungs, so her killer had dumped her there after she died. It wasn't long before she was identified as Dorothy Dotsy Blackburn, 27, a regular on Prostitute Row along Rochester's seedy Lyle Avenue, and the mother of 3. Her sister had filed a missing person report on March 18th, and it was she who identified the body. Dr. Forbes determined that Blackburn's wounds had been made by a blunt object, but could not identify just what had made the patterned indentation about 2 inches wide across her chest. It had left a mark but had not broken the skin. He took photographs and made a note of what he saw but did not otherwise comment. Prostitute murders were not unusual, and this woman had been a cocaine addict with a debt. A disgruntled John, a cheated pusher, an angry pimp, almost anyone could have done this, and without physical evidence, it would be difficult to link this victim with a killer, let alone prosecute that person. Prostitution was a high-risk occupation with a low risk of discovery for whoever decided to target such women for murder. The Rochester police examined the shooting and knifing murders of 2 other prostitutes in the area, but spotted nothing to link them. They made a file for Dotsy and put it away. A year passed, and the case faded. Then they started finding other dead women. Many people were involved in this case and have written about it or produced it in various forms. Not all of the accounts agree on the details, so those who had first-hand involvement are accorded more credibility than those who received documents. Greg McCrary was called into it by the FBI as a behavioral profiler, while former FBI Special Agent Robert Ressler evaluated certain aspects of it. Dorothy Lewis and Joel Norris were both invited into the case, and both addressed their participation in separate books, while Mark Olshaker made an award-winning film production for Nova. Jack Olson, a true crime writer, added his own rendition with The Misbegotten Son, the longest account of the case ever produced, and including detailed comments from many participants. Nothing much happened during successive months after the discovery of Dorothy Blackburn, and her murder remained unsolved. Several other prostitutes were killed during the summer of 1989, although none of the cases seemed clearly linked to one another, and none seemed unusual. One woman had been dumped along the roadway on an exit ramp, another shot, and a third one killed by a car in a way that looked suspicious. Then the police had reason to sit up and take notice. On September 9th, a man looking for empty bottles to sell came across another set of remains. He spotted a bone sticking up and believed it was from a dead deer, but upon closer inspection, saw a pile of clothing, so he knew what he'd found and he reported it. This woman had apparently floated upriver, as Joel Norris describes it, until construction debris had snagged her in place. No one had seen her there, and she had decomposed quite a bit, making it difficult for Dr. Forbes to offer cause of death, although he listed it as possible asphyxia. There were no knife or gunshot wounds evident in the bones. Who was she? According to Jack Olson in The Misbegotten Son, the police found 138 possible matchups for identity purposes from reports of missing women, but all were eventually eliminated. Unable to identify her or find someone like her as being reported missing from the area, the police hired William Rodriguez III, a forensic anthropologist, to use the victim's skull to reconstruct what her face had looked like. It's a long, involved process to provide a distinct face from bone, but he produced a clay bust and added a wig and fake eyeballs, and they took a photograph of the final product and published it in local papers. The victim's distraught father identified her as Anna Steffen, and dental records confirmed it. The man believed a drug dealer or pimp had killed her. Her body had been discovered far away from where Blackburn's had been found. So while their manner of death and disposal may have been similar, no one was talking about a multiple killer. On Saturday, October 21st, 6 weeks later, 3 sportsmen from Pennsylvania went into the gorge and came across the remains of a decomposing headless corpse, mostly bones, hidden in the tall grass along the riverbank. Her neck was broken, and the cause of her death was difficult to determine, but it seemed to have been done by blunt impact with something. As her remains were collected, Norris writes, nobody realized that the killer was standing nearby, watching. He appeared to be just an ordinary fisherman, someone who frequented the area, so no one gave him a thought. Olson says that an employee of a county jail read about the discovery and reported that a homeless woman named Dorothy Keeler, age 60, had not been seen in some time. Again, the remains were given to the anthropologist, and the identity was made. 6 days after that one, nearing Halloween, a boy retrieving a ball saw a foot sticking out from beneath a pile of debris and cardboard near a YMCA that was not far from the gorge. He summoned the police, who uncovered a decomposing, maggot-infested corpse dressed in black pants and a sweater. The dead woman turned out to be Patty Ives, a once pretty Lyle Avenue prostitute whose loss made her pimp cry. He was not a viable suspect. That made 4 apparently dead by asphyxia, with 3 in quick succession. The press began to write about the Rochester Strangler and the Genesee River Killer. Some of these women had been concealed beneath something, and a cop suspected the killer might be afraid of air patrols, which indicated either criminal or military experience. The pressure was on now to stop this person. It was suggested, from lack of struggle on the parts of the victims, that this strangler killed quickly and that he was probably quite strong. He appeared to strangle these women without much effort. Since he was targeting mainly prostitutes, the vice cops went around talking to some of the women whom they knew were in the same trade. When these killings started, Lieutenant James Bonnell is quoted as saying in The Misbegotten Son, "We figured we're going to need the cooperation of every prostitute." On average, around 35 women worked the area at any given time. Though many came and went, the police sat in unmarked cars, watching them and allowing them to apply their trade. They wondered about the transvestite, a rather striking man dressed as a woman, who seemed to get the most action, but there was nothing overtly suspicious about him. The women were tentative about this unusual arrangement, not altogether trustful that the police watching them wouldn't just bust them. Neither side was used to working with the other, yet they also felt safer. The cops knew that several of these women were streetwise and tough, and if the strangler got near one of them, he'd be the worst for it. They'd spot the guy. Everyone was certain about that. June Cicero had her own moves, for example, and she'd be likely to maim anyone she suspected of even the slightest bad intent. In fact, she would not even walk up to a car she did not know. She probably had an instinct for bad eggs. Another prostitute, a hefty older female who went by the name Joanne Van Nostrand, told them about a John named Mitch that she'd been with one night that had seemed potentially violent. He was strange, too, she added. He had mentioned the strangler, had taken her pretty far afield, and had wanted her to pretend she was dead. He was real nervous, she said later on The Mind of a Serial Killer, and that made me nervous. Little things kept clicking and the hairs on the back of my neck started standing up. She'd brought out her knife and told him she'd use it. He did not seem upset about that and even admired her for it, though she was sure that he'd tried reaching for her throat several times. He wanted to see her again, but she avoided him. The word spread among the women to be on the lookout for suspicious behavior in men who approached them. They were nervous, but not so much that they didn't still get into cars with Johns. They told the cops repeatedly about a suspicious gray van that roved the area, but the driver of one that they stopped turned out to be an ordinary guy. Leads came in every day, but none provided a constructive direction. Other prostitutes were soon missing, like blonde Maria Welsh, who resembled Patty Ives in build. Then a petite blonde was discovered dumped in the gorge, down a steep slope, wearing only a pair of boots. Her cause of death was asphyxia, and bruises on the body indicated that she'd been beaten. Everyone assumed this victim was Maria, but they were wrong. Her name was Frances Brown. She'd been out with someone named Mike. A few Johns were questioned, but none panned out. Some of the early victims were traced to their killers, but most of the cases remained unsolved. The police thought they had a series of 6 to 8 women who had been killed by the same man. Checking files of sexual predators who'd been paroled from upper New York prisons, they found nothing to indicate that they had one in the area. Then an older man whose 26-year-old girlfriend had been missing for 18 days decided to report her. She had mental problems and sometimes just stayed away, yet he had not heard from her in far too long. He had taught her to stay out of strangers' cars, so he did not believe that she had fallen victim to anyone, but he was worried. Since she wasn't a prostitute, the police did not believe she was vulnerable to this phantom killer. They took down the information about the missing June Stott and spread it around among the patrol officers, but their primary concern was the next potential victim of the strangler. On November 15th, Kimberly Logan, a black prostitute from the Lyle Avenue area, was discovered dead beneath a pile of leaves in someone's yard. She'd been battered and kicked in the abdomen. Oddly, the medical examiner found leaves stuffed down her throat. While she had not been found near the gorge or its general locales, her file was added to the growing pile of other unsolved murders of the area's women of the night. 8 days later, on Thanksgiving, Mark Stetzel was out walking his dog to burn off the heavy meal. He went into a marshy area near the industrial piers. The dog ran off down a trail, so he followed and came to a clearing where he spotted a piece of stiff carpeting, iced over. Walking closer, he saw a bare foot beneath it, so he left to call the police. It was a raw day, hinting at snow, and most of the evidence technicians and investigation team members were home with their families, having turkey dinner. Yet they all responded to the call and went out to see this new discovery. So did First Assistant District Attorney Chuck Siragusa. If they had a genuine serial killer in the area, he wanted to stay on top of these cases. As Captain Lynn Johnson commented, they were falling like hail. The woman, who had been preserved somewhat by the cold weather and the covering, lay face down. Spots on her skin suggested decomposition, so she had been killed earlier, by as much as 2 to 3 weeks, but that would be for Nick Forbes to tell them. A considerable amount of blood had settled into her back, which meant that she had been lying on her back after death for a period of time, and now here she was on her face. Someone had come and turned her over. Her position suggested that she had been sodomized after death. She'd also been strangled, but that wasn't all. When they turned her over, they saw that some time after she had died, she'd been cut from the top of the chest between her breasts, all the way into the genital area, like a gutted deer. The killer had returned for some perverted pleasure. Yet the analysis at the morgue indicated that there was no semen in or on the body. In the weeds, the techs found a knife and a bloody towel, but there would be no fingerprints. As usual, there was very little physical evidence. The victim was soon identified as the missing June Stott. As far as anyone knew, she was not a prostitute and had never taken drugs. That made investigators wonder whether this homicide was part of the series or something new. She had also been found 7 miles downriver from the other dump sites. Did they have several killers on their hands, or was one killer just dumping bodies all over the place? The victim had been covered, like some of the others, and asphyxiated. Beyond frustration, Captain Johnson decided to call the FBI. He now had 11 unsolved cases of prostitute murders in and around Rochester in a year's time. Since the average per year was 3 or 4, he knew they had a real problem. As yet, no one had found a good lead. He was put through to Special Agent Greg McCrary of the Behavioral Science Unit, who listened to his descriptions of the rash of murders since the spring of the previous year and agreed that they might have a serial killer operating in the area. McCrary, who documents the investigation from a behavioral perspective in The Unknown Darkness, Profiling the Predators Among Us, invited New York State Trooper Lieutenant Ed Grant, a graduate of the FBI's training program on criminal investigative analysis, to join him in Rochester. 2 heads were better than one. Yet before they even arrived, a hunter found the body of Elizabeth Gibson, a prostitute, on November 27th in a swamp in a neighboring county. She had been strangled. What linked her to the others was a witness. Joanne Van Nostrand had happened to see Mitch the day before with a prostitute whom she recognized, Elizabeth Gibson. A newsflash that day on television told her the woman had been found murdered. She went directly to the police to tell them about Mitch. They took her to the station, but Joanne did not know Mitch's real name or where he worked. Still, Officer Leonard Borriello believed that she had given them a solid lead. At the very least, they knew how the guy operated and what kind of car he drove. What they did not know is that he would change cars and remain in the shadows. McCrary and Grant arrived on December 13th, a couple of weeks after the discovery of June Stott, and asked to see the various crime scenes. Starting with Lyle Avenue, the presumed pickup points for most of the victims, then going out to the YMC area and the canyon, they observed anything that might provide a means for better analysis. Then they went to the war room, where the files of every murder of women in the area were piled on a conference table. To establish a series of linked crimes, they would have to go through the autopsy reports, crime scene photos, witness statements, and everything else the police had gathered on each and every case. The goal of the first day, McCrary writes, was to get a preliminary determination of a pattern we didn't yet know. For any case like this, it's a filtering process. We look at it in phases of refinement. We'd read a case and then keep going back to cases we'd already been through to compare details and do more analysis based on what we were learning. They placed the files in the order of which the women had been killed and established 3 rings based on their manner of death and their lifestyle when alive. 1 ring was for those cases clearly in the series, asphyxiated prostitutes dumped in or around the gorge. Then there was a ring for those who appeared to have some similarities. And finally, those cases that seemed unrelated, which were put aside. They saw a definite pattern emerging for 7 of the cases, with a few remaining unclear. The victim who most bothered them was June Stott. She'd been asphyxiated, but she'd also suffered from post-mortem mutilation in a way that none of the other women had. It could mean she did not belong to the series and had not been killed by the same man like the others. McCrary explains. Or it could mean a change in the killer's behavior. Perhaps he was getting used to bodies and coming back to abuse them. It was clear to the profilers that the killer had not taken the victims far, only a few miles from Lyell Avenue. They saw that as a clue to the areas with which he was most familiar and most comfortable. It also meant he had a vehicle of some kind to transport them because the dump sites had all been too far to walk to. If he was familiar with the place, he either jogged there or he fished or hunted. It was also clear that he was someone with whom the women were comfortable. They appeared to have gotten into the car with him, without being afraid, despite the fact that a killer was in the area picking up prostitutes. It was likely that he was a known customer. And since most of the victims had been white, perhaps all of them, he was probably white as well. They were looking right through him, says McCrary, because they believed the killer had to be someone else. When they decided to include June Stodd in the series, they took a closer look. The fact that she had been cut open indicated to them that the killer was experienced, probably with killing and cutting up game. He was comfortable with bodies. They believed that he would continue to visit his victims as long as he was sure he could do so without getting caught, and he would continue to mutilate them. Grant and McCrary then presented the results of their analysis to the task force. For the behavioral evidence available from the crime scene, they told the task force that the killer was most likely a white male in his 20s or early 30s. They cautioned everyone not to eliminate a suspect from any detail in a profile, since this was an art and they could easily be wrong. The task force should use this merely as a guide. They did believe the guy had criminal experience, especially sexual offenses, and would have a record somewhere, even though every effort was made to find one. In addition, he worked alone. He was probably a sportsman, and he was likely personable. There was nothing noticeable about him, and he probably worked right under everyone's nose. He'd look normal, drive a basic car, and dress in functional clothing. The killer was extraordinarily ordinary, probably someone they knew, McCrary writes. It was likely that he worked, but at a menial job, and he was probably married or had a girlfriend. His economic level was similar to that of the victims. He lived and worked in the city, and he was streetwise, which again indicated experience. They thought he worked or lived near the Lyell Avenue area, and concealing the victims from helicopter searches overhead showed a certain degree of cunning. Based on this set of details, they offered some strategies. They believed that the cops knew him in some capacity and that he might be hanging out in coffee shops or bars. They could look around and get some names. They might also put surveillance on any body found in the future since the killer had started to return to his kills. McCrary says that the cops persuaded the owners of Mark's Texas Red Hot, an all-night bar, to raffle off a television set. From that contest, they were able to collect a good list of names of people who frequented the place. At the same time, from a computer search with the criteria, a suspect was developed, according to Olson. A 38-year-old sex offender who drove a gray van, was known for kinky practices, and was seen on Lyell Avenue several times. Everyone on the task force believed that they had their man, but a check with his employer turned up alibis for the times of most of the murders, so they were back to square one. Then, in the weeks before New Year's, several more women turned up missing, and one of them was someone everyone had felt certain would never fall victim to a killer. June Cicero was one of the most streetwise hookers in Rochester, and Darlene Trippi had partnered with Joanne Van Nostrand for safety. Of late, both had not been seen by anyone. In fact, just before she disappeared, June Cicero had bragged to the cops about how she wasn't afraid of the man. It was he who ought to be afraid of her. They had believed her. So now there were these two, a black prostitute named Felicia Stevens and the long-missing Maria Welsh. It was time to get some copters up in the air to search for likely dump sites for them. On December 31st, the morning of New Year's Eve, a trooper on road patrol in a rural area outside Rochester spotted a pair of black jeans discarded and frozen along the roadside. He stopped to investigate and went through the pockets. He found an identification card with the name of Felicia Stevens. With the discovery, everyone assumed that she was dead. It was also clear, since the jeans had been found not far from Salmon Creek, that the killer was returning to former dumping grounds. Then, Stevens's boots were found in separate areas. She could not get along in the freezing temperatures without those. Yet a thorough search was nearly impossible at that time of year, even with search dogs. Everything was under snow or frozen over, and trying to walk out on the water proved treacherous. 4 missing women, and no one had found a body. It was frustrating. This guy was now getting away with something like 1 killing a week, and even after hundreds of hours of surveillance and detective work, they could not stop him. Would he keep up the pace? Get worse? Make any mistakes? Nothing happened on New Year's Day, but the next day, January 2nd, 1990, the state police resumed the search for a body by air and ground. When winds came up from Lake Ontario, making it impossible to see the blowing snow, they had to abort it. But the following morning, they were at it again. Yet after hours spent covering the same ditches, canals, and creeks, the search was beginning to seem futile. They had looked everywhere. Wherever these women were, they were likely under snow. No one was going to find them until after a thaw. Then one team took off from Northampton Park for a final flight along Highway 31, where the clothing had been found, and back toward the city. Almost 2 years earlier, the first of 8 victims had been discovered there, so they decided to have one last go. They flew low over Salmon Creek, scanning back and forth, alert for anything unusual. Suddenly, they saw something near a bridge. They flew closer and saw what appeared to be a human figure laying splayed out and face down on the surface of the ice. She was wearing a white top, like Felicia Stevens was reported to have worn when last seen, but nothing else. They hovered for a closer look and made out a female with darkish skin, but not black. It could not be Felicia Stevens, but they had 3 other missing women, so this could be one of them. But then they noticed a Chevy Celebrity on the bridge, so they radioed to police units on the ground to check it out. A large, overweight man was there, and he appeared to be urinating. Then he got into his car and drove away. In the documentary, The Mind of a Serial Killer, the footage of a body from overhead is striking. From all appearances, it could have only been one of the missing women. The tough, streetwise prostitute, June Cicero, who was rumored to avoid all cars she did not know well. Indeed, it turned out to be her. She had accepted one final trick for the night on the last evening she'd spoken with the cops, and it had turned out to be a fatal mistake. She'd been asphyxiated by strangulation and then mutilated post-mortem. Her genital area had been sawed clean through, probably while she was frozen. Now the investigators had to learn who this man was who'd been on the bridge and find out what he had to say for himself. Perhaps he'd seen something that would help. Patrol units were hot on the trail of the man and the celebrity, and the helicopter team followed. They watched as the car pulled into a municipal parking lot across the street from the Wedgwood Nursing Home in Spencerport. The driver went into the nursing home, and a check on the license plate number revealed that the car belonged to a woman named Clara Neal. The troopers took over while the helicopter team returned to protect the crime scene. They saw that there were fresh footprints in the snow. Those would be good evidence. They roped everything off and called for more support. State Police Officer John Standing asked the man and the celebrity for an ID, and he produced it. His name was Arthur John Shawcross, 44, though with his graying hair he looked much older, and he said he thought that they'd followed him because he'd urinated out in the woods. That was his story anyway, and he agreed to cooperate. When asked for his driver's license, he admitted that he did not have one, and then revealed that he'd been in jail for manslaughter. This revelation struck everyone at once. This was no ordinary citizen who'd happened to get close to a crime scene. This was a one-time killer. The profilers had told them that this offender was returning to his victims, and that could very well be what they'd caught him doing. Just by a sheer stroke of luck, they'd flown over the scene at the very time he decided to have another look at his brutal handiwork. Have lunch over it, in fact. Yet they weren't sure yet that they had the right guy. They had to be careful. Interrogators often make mistakes by showing their eagerness and trying to rush someone into a confession. They'd spent too many hours on this case to blow it right here and now. Investigator Dennis Blythe managed to persuade Shawcross to accompany him to the state police barracks for further questioning. Shawcross was happy to oblige, and even signed forms that gave the troopers permission to search the car and his home. The police then took both him and Clara Neal, in a different car, to Brockport. An experienced interrogator, Charles Militello, assisted Blythe with the questioning, and they soon got Shawcross to describe the places where he liked to fish, most of them where victims had been dumped. He also admitted that he'd been arrested 16 years earlier in Watertown because 2 kids died. He would not elaborate on these crimes. He insisted it was just a coincidence that he was parked on the body over Salmon Creek, that he was just driving around and had stopped to take a piss when the helicopter flew over. He hadn't seen anything. Though excited by what they heard and by the feeling they finally had the killer right in front of them, the investigators continued to build rapport rather than press for details. They wanted him to feel comfortable talking with them because they intended to question him again, and they wanted it to be voluntary. They had him in the interrogation room for about 5 hours, taking Clara home before they released him. He did finally tell them more details about how he had killed the children. Everyone was disgusted, but they tried not to show their feelings. Shawcross also told them how he'd had unusual relations with his younger sister, and he thought that had something to do with why he'd killed a child, as well as why he'd killed so many people in Vietnam. He liked to talk about his accomplishments there. He'd been quite the soldier. While he was being questioned, a profile expert, Jack Olson, advised them that a child predator would not change his victim type to adult women. However, that profile expert was neither Ed Grant nor Greg McCrary, who knew that some killers just go for victims of opportunity who are vulnerable. Shawcross had been in prison for 15 years. He could have developed fantasies along different lines, or he might have learned that communities that get outraged over child murders might not care as much about prostitutes. Not all serial killers choose the same victim type. That's an erroneous notion passed around in the circles of academic psychology. That Shawcross had self-serving explanations for everything he did was soon evident, and the officers fully expected that if he confessed to the recent spate of killings, he would have reasons for them as well that served his own purposes. Before they released him, they asked to take his photograph, and Shawcross allowed it. Investigators put it into a photo spread and brought it to several of the prostitutes working Lyle Avenue. One was Joanne Van Nostrand, who had told the police about Mitch, the John who'd wanted her to pretend she was dead. She immediately identified him. That's the guy. Now she knew for sure that she'd come close to being killed. He'd reached for her throat several times during their encounter, but she'd blocked him. She also indicated that Shawcross was the John with whom Elizabeth Gibson, another victim, had last been seen. Several other prostitutes identified him as well. They all knew him as a regular customer who'd never been a problem. The task force quickly developed Shawcross's background. Before talking with him again, they wanted the facts. They also wanted to know how a sex offender who'd been imprisoned for manslaughter had been released into their area without anyone finding the records. This last part was on everyone's mind since they had done a thorough search several times. They were stunned when they discovered the truth. Shawcross had admitted to several crimes in Watertown, New York, an old factory town located on the Black River off Lake Ontario. It was the place where he'd grown up. He dropped out of school at the beginning of the 9th grade, at age 19. He'd then enlisted in the army and served a tour in Vietnam, where he claimed he'd been exposed to many traumatic events and had become something of a one-man army. He'd married 3 times and was now on his 4th wife. Through the years, Shawcross had accumulated criminal offenses for burglary, but his violence had eventually escalated as a young man into arson. Then, he'd started to kill. His first victim, in May 1972, was 10-year-old Jack Blake. He had disappeared near the apartments where Shawcross lived. Jack's mother had an instinct about Shawcross, then 27, who'd taken Jack and his older brother fishing a few days before. When she confronted him, he offered several conflicting stories. That seemed suspicious, but with no body and no evidence, the cops couldn't do anything. Searches for the boy turned up nothing. Shawcross said to his interrogators that the boy had pestered him, so he'd hit him and accidentally killed him. This story would eventually change. 4 months later, 8-year-old Karen Ann Hill was visiting Watertown with her mother, Helene, and she disappeared. Her body was found under a bridge that crossed the Black River. She had non-consensual sex and she was murdered. Oddly, mud, leaves, and other debris had been forced down her throat and inside her clothing. Shawcross, who often fished under the bridge, was a suspect. Detective Charles Kubinski of the Watertown Police Department knew him. With persistence and skill, he eventually got Shawcross to confess to the crime. He also gathered enough information about Jack Blake that the police were finally able to locate the boy's body. Due to its advanced state of decomposition, it was unclear whether Jack had non-consensual sex, but, like Karen Ann, he'd been asphyxiated. Shawcross had admitted to having sex with a girl. For these crimes, he'd gone to prison. Then he was considered for early release. He'd been a model prisoner, so he was evaluated for risk of repeating his crimes. His evaluators wrote positive things about him, believing that he would be a safe and contributing member of society. Yet a senior parole officer in the Binghamton area wrote that Shawcross was probably the most dangerous individual to have been released in this community in many years. They tried to settle him in Binghamton, but soon angry citizens discovered this and resisted. So they covered up his trail and made his file inaccessible, even to other police departments, settling him in Rochester with his wife. During the flurry of publicity that targeted him in the weeks to come, They defended their decisions by saying that he had been released the following year anyways. A year was insignificant, yet it was a year that had resulted in a lot of deaths. 2 months after coming to Rochester, Shawcross had a job packing salads for a catering company, and when that didn't work, he got another one. He used his free time to develop a relationship on the side with Clara Neal and often borrowed her car to go off on his own. When officers asked Clara to show them where they often went for a lover's rendezvous, each place was significant. They were all areas where bodies had been dumped. No one could quite believe that the parole board had released this killer and that they'd made it impossible to check his records. He could have been located and at least questioned and put under surveillance before so many women had been killed. The only defense for this decision was that 3 communities that were informed had turned him away, and we had to put him somewhere. Now the investigators had the background details they needed to confirm their hunches, but officials from different agencies had argued over who should get jurisdiction for the interrogation and thus credit for solving this case. In a compromise that benefited everyone, Dennis Blythe of the New York State Police and Leonard Borriello, a key investigator for the Rochester PD, were selected to interview Shawcross together. He'd been under surveillance at night, and they were ready to pick him up again. Yet before they even faced him, there was one more significant development. Just before 7 o'clock in the morning, at a spot not far from where June Cicero's body had been found, a deer hunter stumbled across the frozen body of Felicia Stevens, whose ID and clothing had been picked up along the road. She was lying face down, with her buttocks slightly elevated, the way many of the other victims had been found. The man had phoned the police. Now Blythe and Borriello had the details of one more murder to think about. They approached Shawcross and asked if he'd mind going with them again to clear some things up. In the amiable manner he'd adopted with them, he agreed to go, and they drove him to the places where certain events happened. For example, they talked to him about Joanne Van Nostrand, letting him know what they knew, and then stopped in several places where something significant had happened with the victim. Shawcross did not budge. Even when they said they knew what he'd done, he refused to go along. When they told him that he'd been spotted with one of the victims on the last day she was seen alive, he shrugged it off as coincidence. They reminded him of his rights, but he said he didn't have any problem talking to them. As they pressed a little more with evidence they had, Shawcross reacted in anger, but then settled down again. They feared the interview might reach an impasse. Yet when Shawcross mentioned how concerned he was about Clara Neal, Blythe knew he now had a point of leverage. He suggested that since the car belonged to Clara, she might be involved, and they'd hate to think that that was true. Shawcross appeared to realize he was cornered. Blythe asked again, "Is Clara involved?" "No," he admitted, hanging his head. "Clara's not involved." They knew they had him. Within 28 minutes of starting the interview, he'd come close to admitting what he'd done. In another minute, he was talking about killing Elizabeth Gibson, and, as they suspected, he offered reasons of provocation. She'd tried to steal his wallet, so he'd slapped her again and again. Later, he'd say that the cops had provided this incentive, so he'd used it. At one point, he said, she had looked just like his rejecting mother, so he'd continued to hit her. She'd kicked at him and broke the gearshift of his car, which further angered him. He'd put his wrist against her throat and held it there until she went still. When he let go and checked, she was dead, so he'd driven around with her for a while, looking for a place to dump her. When he found one, he'd removed her clothes and placed her face down in the woods. Then, as he drove home, he'd thrown her clothing out of the car's window. When word came that the investigators had found an earring in Clara's car that had matched one they'd found on June Cicero, Shawcross became testy. He did not believe they actually had evidence. They brought in his wife and his girlfriend and then pressured him to spare these two the anguish of a long, drawn-out investigation. He considered this and then asked for a map and the photographs of the victims that they'd shown him before. They laid out 16 open cases, and he eliminated those that were not associated with him. He said the murders he had done were business as usual. For each murder, he had a reason. Some had ridiculed him. Some had tried to steal. One would not shut up. Several had threatened to turn him in as the killer, and one, the homeless woman, had said she'd tell his wife about their affair. The first victim, Dorothy Blackburn, supposedly had bitten into his penis during oral sex. "There was blood everywhere," he said. "I thought I was going to die." So, in retaliation, he'd grabbed her by the throat and bitten into her genital area, and then later had strangled her to death. "I choked her for a good 10 minutes. Some of them he smothered with something over their faces, and with others he'd pressed his arm across their throats. As for the mutilation of June Stott, a woman he had known and had welcomed to his home for meals. It was to aid in decomposition because he had cared about her. His explanations were hollow, but at least he was offering details and solving a few mysteries. As he talked, it became clear what the strange marks were that had been found across Dorothy Blackburn's chest. Apparently, Shawcross liked to squire his victims around in the front seat of his car before dumping them, so he'd used a bungee cord to tie them in place. The detective showed him photographs of the two missing women, Maria Welsh and Darlene Trippi. He admitted that he'd killed them both and marked on the map where he'd left them. Eventually, he led investigators late that evening into the cold to the exact places where he'd dumped their bodies. One had been left sitting up in some bushes near the river, and the other dumped in water near some houses. The pool had iced over, making the victim look like some ethereal underwater fairy out of Arthurian mythology. Both women had been asphyxiated, as usual. As the investigators drove Shawcross back from these places, they took him by the area where they'd found Felicia Stevens and noticed that he seemed to recognize it, though he initially denied it, saying, "I don't do black women." Yet they used what they'd observed of his behavior as leverage to get him to finally confess to her murder. According to him, she'd run up to his car to solicit his business, and her head had gotten caught in his automatic car window, nearly killing her, so he'd pulled her into the car to finish strangling her. He was adamant that there had been nothing intimate. He did not like black prostitutes. He later told someone he'd killed a black prostitute to throw the police off his trail. Some investigators, such as Greg McCrary, believed that Shawcross was good for one more murder than those to which he'd admitted. The black prostitute named Kimberly Logan, who was dumped in someone's yard and covered with leaves. Leaves had also been stuffed down her throat, the same MO as the 8-year-old female victim in Watertown. Yet Shawcross would not accept this one as his, and he was never prosecuted for it. When he finally gave his complete formal confession to a court stenographer, it was 79 pages long. On the advice of his attorney, David Muranti, who was appointed by the court, he pleaded innocent. That would soon be elaborated as a plea of insanity. "Once a killer like this is captured," writes McCrary, "we always compare him against our profile. Shawcross was much as we had envisioned him. He was a regular John, white, married, menially employed, living near the pickup scenes, with a history of sexually violent crimes. He often fished in the Genesee River Gorge, and he'd gone unsuspected by most of the prostitutes. The profilers had gotten his age wrong by 10 years or so, but they viewed his time spent in prison as tantamount to putting his sexual crimes on hold. Once freed, he'd resumed as if he'd never been put away." Assistant District Attorney Chuck Siragusa had been working on the case for months and was getting ready to prosecute this man to the full extent of the law. New York had no death penalty at the time, but he could certainly ensure that Shawcross had no further opportunities to kill. One of the victims had been found in an adjoining county, but Siragusa still had 10 murders to work with. They had some physical evidence, some witnesses, and Shawcross's lengthy confession. Nevertheless, with his plea of insanity, the prosecution knew they would have a fight ahead of them. Some of the things Shawcross came up with after spending time with a psychiatrist had never been mentioned in his self-pitying discussions with the interrogators. He seemed to make things up as he went along. Self-report in killers is always suspicious and must be corroborated. That meant asking a lot of questions of people who knew the man. Shawcross's parents and sister completely denied his allegations about his childhood traumas and sexual encounters. He had slapped his sister, they admitted, but there'd been no form of corporal punishment in the home. He did well in the early years of school, attended church, and was good to animals. He did not wet his bed, he said he did till he was 13, set fires or abuse animals or other children, as so many psychologists insisted to be true of serial killers. His introduction to oral sex by his mother's sister, he also said it was his mother, turned out to be questionable when his mother claimed she had no sister by that name. His younger brother said that Artie had been basically happy, although he had a quick temper. Neighbors confirmed that they had never known the mother to be abusive. As for self-described superhuman feats in Vietnam and his military traumas, reporters discovered that he served in an area that had been relatively free of combat. No one in his unit even remembered him, and he won no medals of honor. They concluded that the Vietnam tales were largely fabricated. He spent a lot of time reading novels set in Vietnam, so he could have been inspired by fictionalized descriptions, and one of his tales most definitely came from a popular Vietnam movie. He had never been exposed, as he claimed, to Agent Orange, or been on a jungle patrol. He certainly hadn't massacred whole villages. To counter some of the supposed contributing factors to the claim of insanity, Siragusa hired forensic psychiatrist Park Dietz, and he recommended using Robert Ressler to check into Shawcross's record in Vietnam. Robert Ressler had retired from the FBI, but he still consulted on criminal cases, and this one utilized more than one area of expertise. He'd been with the Army CID as well as being an FBI field agent and profiler. Since part of Shawcross's insanity defense was based on his trauma in Vietnam, Ressler analyzed the roots of his alleged post-traumatic stress disorder, the village he helped to destroy, and his confirmed 39 kills. Shawcross did admit in one psychiatric interview just before his trial that he'd actually killed no one. "I'd put in 35 years of active duty and reserve time in Army military police and CID matters," Ressler writes, "and whoever fights monsters, and my experience helped me to quickly debunk Shawcross's PTSD defense." He looked over the military records and compared them with interviews that Dietz had done. The information that was brought out indicated that Shawcross was malingering quite a bit. It was clear that he was being deceptive, and that opened up the door to breaking down his story of how his homicidal tendencies came about. Allegedly, he was under hypnosis with the defense psychiatrist Dorothy Lewis, and we saw these tapes she had and realized the interviews were bogus. He was just leading her by the nose. He found Shawcross's claim of having witnessed certain wartime atrocities to be patently outrageous and untrue, and he says that his pretrial work shattered the issue of possible wartime PTSD to the point where the defense dropped it altogether and concentrated on something else. To be considered insane in New York State, Shawcross's team had to show quite specifically that at the time of the various offenses, every single one, he suffered from a mental defect such that either he did not know what he was doing or could not appreciate that it was wrong. He had to suffer from some type of organic brain disease, extreme emotional disorder, or ongoing dysfunctional psychosis. The defense attorney hired Dr. Richard Krause, a psychiatrist, in Wayne County for the Elizabeth Gibson murder, and Moranti from Monroe County brought in psychiatrist Dorothy Lewis from New York's Belleville Hospital. Olson contains chunk of the psychiatric interviews with Shawcross in The Misbegotten Son, but does not attribute them to any specific person. They seem most likely to have come from Krause's report. The questions are often leading in the context of attempting to get information that would support an insanity conviction. Shawcross shows annoyance to many of them, especially those that imply he might be making things up, and he often refuses to answer. In the end, after spending $19,000 on professional evaluation, Krause admitted that the man was deceptive, muddled, sociopathic, sane, not suffering from PTSD, prone to making up stories that changed dramatically in detail, unlikely to have been a victim of child abuse, and not significantly brain damaged. He found it interesting that much of his life was characterized in the context of women he hated, including in Vietnam. Most of the enemies he described killing were women. Krause probably spent the most time with Shawcross of any of the experts, and was paid the least, and his assessment might well be the most accurate. Olson shows the painstaking detail Krause took in tracking down every possible cause for Shawcross's violence, even those theories that had been discredited. His efforts make for an intriguing map for understanding this killer and a credible interpretation. Krause was not willing to pronounce insanity where there clearly was none, and he was curious enough about the killer to keep going back. He describes how the stories change after other people interview him. Shawcross would add gruesome details never before cited, as well as psychological interpretations he'd never thought of before, which makes him suspicious about their validity. The stories of cannibalism, for example, formed only after others had interviewed him. He did find that Shawcross had a substance in his urine that was related to mood swings, aggression, an inability to tolerate stress, and short-term memory problems. He did not have brain damage or seizure disorders, but did have poor impulse control and hypersensitivity. He had a neurological impairment in his ability to exercise sound judgment, yet Krause never got to testify. Nevertheless, he handed in a 20,000-word report. In Monroe County, Dr. Lewis had the spotlight for the defense. She writes about her experience in Guilty by Reason of Insanity, pointing out that she never had the chance to prove what she believed to be true about the killer. She viewed him as ill-proportioned and paunchy, aged beyond his actual years. She knew that his lawyers had determined, through a test required by Krause, that Shawcross had an extra Y chromosome and accepted the tenuous theory that such men were more violent than others. She also claimed that an MRI examination had indicated that at the tip of his right temporal lobe there was a small, fluid-filled cyst. She found that significant. The brain is a sensitive organ, she writes. The tiniest scar or tumor or cyst can, under certain circumstances, trigger abnormal electrical activity and hence seizures. She adds that abnormal electrical foci at the backside of the temporal lobe have been implicated in animalistic behaviors. She believed Shawcross's admission that he'd cut out the vagina of one victim and eaten it, though there was no evidence of this. He'd removed the genital lips of 2 victims, but had not cut out a vagina. Possibly he wanted to, but the corpse had been frozen. He'd never mentioned having eaten it to any of the investigators. Now that his sanity hung in the balance, he appeared to have a story that would shock people. At the least, Lewis should have checked with the pathologist, as Krauss did. She thought he had all the symptoms of temporal lobe seizures, such as impaired memory, bright spots before a violent episode, and deep sleep afterward. She found in her sessions with him that he often confused one murder with another. He'd not had that kind of trouble with the police. With Blythe and Borriello, he knew the names of each of his victims and exactly how and why he'd killed them. Lewis had read these statements, yet she accepted that he could not recall the details. He seemed to know what to say to convince her of his psychiatric impairment, though he had not told any of these things to the police. He was like a chameleon, delivering to each person who questioned him what he sensed they wanted him to say. Lewis has recorded some of her sessions with clients, and her style is to lead, encourage, and reward. Lewis did not offer an explanation as to just how he could return to a body he barely recalled and mutilate it. She asked the attorneys to call her partner, neurologist Jonathan Pincus, and hire him to conduct an extensive neurological examination. Instead, they said they had an MRI and had hired a neurosurgeon from Harvard with a good reputation to conduct tests, including an EEG. Though she never saw the results of any such exam, she succumbed to pressure to write a report so she could testify. She decided that while Shawcross probably suffered from a seizure disorder, he also experienced dissociative states brought on by trauma and abuse. In other words, multiple personalities. In her sessions, Lewis placed him under hypnosis as a means to uncover earlier traumas that might have caused such violent anger against women. He described severe abuse, such as his mother sticking a broom handle into his anus. In other accounts, it was a toilet brush, but he apparently changed that when it was pointed out at the time that the family used an outhouse, and Lewis accepted every detail. Under hypnosis, he became his berating mother, and Aramis, a 13th century cannibal with a bloodlust. Getting medical records, she found that he'd been hospitalized for partial paralysis at the age of 9 and 10, from which he had quickly recovered. There was no mention of physical trauma, but Lewis decided that it might be hysterical paralysis brought on by trauma. Her subsequent analysis was filtered through this interpretation. Because school records described his mother as punishing and rejecting, Lewis took that to mean she was abusive. Still, she wanted that neurological analysis because she knew how the courts treated a defense based on dissociative disorders. Such material was not forthcoming, so she went ahead and wrote a report based only on her observations and beliefs about the case. In her book, she calls this her first big mistake. Among Shawcross's prison records, she found descriptions of what she believed were seizure-like episodes. He'd fallen to the floor, he'd fainted, and he'd blacked out. Relatives confirmed that he'd been like this as a child. Lewis felt confident of her diagnosis. Yet she was not as ready for trial as she believed. Lewis went to Rochester 2 days early, only to discover that the money that had been reserved to pay for the neurological tests had been squandered on the services of a writer-cum-criminologist, Joel Norris. He actually had a PhD in psychology. He had conducted videotaped interviews with Shawcross, which his partner, Lewis claims, tried to sell to a local media station. She was incensed and believed the judge could have halted the proceedings, but the trial went forward. Krauss, too, had learned about this, as Olson describes it, and was annoyed at the lack of ethics involved. Then the neurosurgeon that the defense had tried to hire ended up on the prosecution side. Although Lewis had once respected him, now she felt that he'd done shoddy work. He had not even examined Shawcross. Against court protocol, she decided to call him and confront him. She discovered that the doctor had received the MRI scan from the defense attorney via Joel Norris and had recommended an EEG, but had never been retained by the defense. That had left him free to respond to the prosecution. He agreed with her, she writes, that further tests should be done, so she attempted to speak with a judge in private regarding this issue. When that did not happen, she used open court to claim, "I have been lied to." She meant by her own side, of course. The attorney she was working for had told her the tests had been ordered when they had not been. She believed that this outburst would get the judge's attention, assuming that the legal system is a search for the truth. The judge ignored her. I should have turned around and gone home, she writes, long before she ever got into court. But she'd gone ahead, which was her second big mistake. Under cross-examination, she was asked whether the interviews that Joel Norris had conducted might have influenced what Shawcross had told her. She said no, based on her belief that she had conducted hers first. She discovered that she was wrong about that. The interviews had occurred simultaneously. In open court, she was humiliated and made to appear unprepared. Her testimony ran for 3 weeks, and she admitted that compared to the prosecution's confident and polished expert, Dr. Park Dietz, she appeared disorganized and clumsy. She was angry, and she let that get the best of her, making her ideas less credible and alienating the jury. Dietz, who identified Shawcross as a malingerer, a faker, dismissed the idea of dissociation. Too late to do any good at trial, Lewis sent the brain scans to Pincus for interpretation, and she says that he identified scars on the frontal lobes that could have influenced the defendant's ability to make proper decisions. While she was not allowed to bring this into evidence, her discussion about the cyst on the temporal lobe was admitted. Dr. Dietz dismissed it as insignificant in Shawcross's criminality. There was no evidence, he said, that Shawcross had a mental disease or defect that prohibited him from understanding that his actions were wrong. The fact that he'd covered many of his victims indicated that he clearly understood he'd be arrested for this if discovered. He had held a job, was married, and had functioned competently in daily life. He might be abnormal, might even have consumed parts of his victims, but these acts and delusions did not impair his awareness that what he was doing was wrong. The issue came down to this: whatever impairment he had, it had to affect his ability to appreciate the criminality of his actions. One expert said yes, it did. The other said no, it did not. Olson reports that Lewis was paid $48,000 and Dietz $97,000 for their respective testimonies. Throughout the trial, Shawcross sat like a zombie, as if to appear that he did indeed have some kind of brain damage. Yet, it did not do him any good. After 5 weeks of dramatic testimony and courtroom demonstrations, the jury was not sufficiently impressed with the defense interpretation of Shawcross's behavior. They took half a day to find him both sane and guilty of murder in the second degree, not premeditated, on 10 counts. Shawcross was sentenced to 25 years to life on each of the 10 counts, meaning that he will have to serve 250 years in prison before he's eligible for a parole hearing. The second trial for Elizabeth Gibson's murder in Wayne County had been scheduled, but there seemed little reason to go at it again since Dr. Krause could not provide a finding of mental impairment that would amount to insanity. Shawcross's attorney advised him to plead guilty on that charge, and he did. Despite the fact that Shawcross was convicted and much of his story taken by the jury with a rather large grain of salt, his reputation for certain claims he made lives on. In Cannibal, The Real Hannibal Lecters, a 2003 HBO documentary, British reporter Catherine English chose Shawcross as one of her 3 subjects. He agreed to an interview, although he was rather scornful of her attempts to get him to describe morbid acts. Her perception is that he took great delight in it. She starts her interview at Sullivan Correctional Facility with him by saying he claimed to have eaten the genitalia of 3 of his victims. She does not say how these tales evolved under the influence of many therapists. While one vagina had been cut out, she says, repeating the inaccurate reporting, there is no evidence of that in any other, nor of his actually having consumed it. He apparently also claimed at one point that he'd eaten the genitals of the little boy, Jack Blake, although this is not raised in the documentary, nor did anyone find it credible. English hoped he would explain himself. He clearly toys with her. Like Lewis, English accepts the stories of abuse that he told, but he says he does not wish to talk about certain things with a woman. He does admit that he tracked 2 Viet Cong women through the jungle. He grabbed them, tied one up, and cut the other up to cook over a fire and eat. I took the right leg of that woman's body, from the knee to the hip, took the fat off, and ate it while he stared at the other girl. When I bit into it, she just urinated right there. English asked him what it tastes like, and he said, "When was the last time you had nice roast pork?" That had become his favorite description of human flesh, and he told the story endlessly to others, who eventually doubted it. "Why did you eat it?" English asked. "I have no idea," he tells her with a smirk. "Were you hungry?" "No." She urges him to talk about cannibalizing his prostitute victims. He says again, "That's hard to talk about, lady." It wasn't so hard with therapists, both male and female, who were providing an insanity defense. He says he cut parts off, finally mentioning the vagina, and that he consumed that. Were they symbolic? She wonders. "I thought I was killing my mother. The things I was eating, I thought it was my mother." English ends her encounter with him by saying that she was uncomfortable when he took delight in telling her what her flesh would taste like, but she does not actually show him saying this. A common reporter's trick is to fill in lines they had hoped their subject would say, but did not. In other words, they have an agenda to fulfill, and if they must, will put the words in someone's mouth. One leaves this piece with the impression that English was disappointed and decided to add something to make it more substantive than it actually was. All Shawcross gave up in this interview were tales already dismissed as probably false, and an admission that any psychiatrist could have fed to him about his mother. He does not come across like the cannibal she interviews after him, Issei Sagawa, who really did explore the taste of human flesh. Even Dorothy Lewis, the psychiatrist who was ready to believe most of what he told her, did not believe these descriptions. With no corroborating evidence to back up his recollections, it's difficult to include him on the list of notorious cannibal killers. Nevertheless, he is a serial killer of some renown, and clearly an interesting study for those who want to understand the roots of violence and who can patiently plow through the shifting variety of stories the man has told over the years. In a handwritten report in 1990, Shawcross says, "I should be castrated or have an electrode placed in my head to stop my stupidness or whatever. I'm just a lost soul looking for release of my madness." Arthur Shawcross went into cardiac arrest on November 10, 2008, at the Albany Medical Center and died there at 9:50 p.m. The house at number 3 Morehouse Street, Willigee, on the outskirts of Perth, Western Australia, was an unkempt white-brick 2-bedroom bungalow. Its garden was overrun with weeds and dead flowers, and it was in bad need of a coat of paint. It was by far the worst house in the street, and the only good thing that could be said about it was that it made the other houses around it look like palaces. Yet this unglamorous dwelling would become the most notorious house in Australia. In the ensuing years, people would slow down and point and whisper as they drove past it. It would become as infamous to Australians as the Chamber of Horrors at 213 Oxford Apartments, Milwaukee, became to Americans, or London's 10 Rillington Place and 25 Cromwell Street became to the British. It was at 213 Oxford Apartments between 1988 to 1991 that Jeffrey Dahmer, a 28-year-old chocolate factory worker, slaughtered 17 young men, had non-consensual sex, and mutilated their corpses and ate their body parts. It was at 10 Rillington Place in the early 50s that mild-mannered office clerk and necrophiliac serial killer John Christie murdered his victims, had sex with their corpses, and buried their bodies in the backyard, under the floorboards, and in the wall cavities. It was at 25 Cromwell Street through the 70s and 80s that laborer Fred West and his wife Rose had non-consensual sex, tortured and murdered their victims, and buried 9 of their bodies in the backyard. The house at number 3 Morehouse Street was Australia's very own House of Horrors. It was the love nest, torture chamber, and killing field of Catherine and David Birnie, who, like the Wests, were a husband and wife serial killer team, the rarest form of serial killers in the world. It was here that they committed atrocities to their young female victims. The Birnies weren't particularly fussy about who they murdered, as long as they were female. Their victims' ages ranged from 15 to 31. Whenever the Birnies felt like killing someone, they'd drive along the highways of Perth and pick up hitchhikers or other young women in need of a lift. Their victims never suspected the friendly couple until it was too late. At knife point, they were taken back to Morehouse Street and tied up and abused as the Birnies carried out their sexual fantasies. Then they were murdered. The lucky ones were put to sleep with an overdose of sleeping pills and then strangled. The less fortunate victims were either stabbed or bludgeoned to death with a knife or an axe as they sat in their shallow graves in a secluded pine forest a short drive out of Perth. On November 5, 1986, Detective Sergeant Paul Ferguson was convinced that there was a serial killer on the loose when 21-year-old Denise Karen Brown was reported missing. Denise's disappearance was the 4th young woman in 27 days. That type of thing just didn't happen in Perth. In other large Australian capital cities such as Sydney or Melbourne, yes, but not in Perth. All of the missing women came from good homes, and it was extremely unlikely that any one of them would simply disappear for no good reason, let alone all of them. Ferguson had eliminated all of the possibilities of links between the missing girls and investigated the possibilities of secret boyfriends, married lovers, or hidden drug problems that might cause any of them to disappear. He turned up nothing. Ferguson's instinct, drawn from years of experience, told him that there was a serial killer on the loose, a serial killer who had the power to abduct young women and make them disappear. What puzzled Detective Ferguson most was that two of the women hadn't completely disappeared, in that friends and relatives had received letters and telephone calls from them after they had been reported missing. 15-year-old Susanna Candy had posted 2 letters to her parents, one from Perth and the other from the nearby port of Fremantle, in the first 2 weeks after she'd disappeared. Both letters said that she was well and that she would return home soon. And Denise Brown had phoned a girlfriend the day after she had disappeared to tell her that everything was fine. After that, no one had heard a word. It just didn't add up. Ferguson's gut feeling told him to expect the worst. He consulted former CIB chief Bill Nelson, who agreed with his serial killer theory. And if anyone was entitled to an opinion, it would be the veteran multiple homicide investigator, a police officer among the most respected in the state. Bill Nelson was the officer in charge of the hunt for Perth serial killer Eric Edgar Cook, the mild-mannered truck driver who had ruthlessly murdered 6 people, and possibly 2 others, in the early 1960s, to become the most notorious multiple murderer in Western Australia's history. Nielsen had brought him to justice and saw Cook swing at the end of a rope in Fremantle Prison in 1964. On November 10th, 5 days after the disappearance of Denise Brown, Detective Ferguson and Detective Sergeant Vince Kadich were following up leads on Denise's disappearance when they got the breakthrough they were so desperately waiting for. They were told on the 2-way radio that a half-naked young woman had just staggered into a small Willagee shopping complex and had been taken to the Palmyra police station. Thinking that the missing Denise Brown had turned up, Ferguson and Kadich sped to the police station. Instead, it was a 16-year-old girl who told them the most amazing story. The terrified teenager said that she had been abducted at knife point the previous evening by a man and a woman who asked her directions as she walked along the street near her home in fashionable Nedlands. She was taken to a house in Willagee where the couple ripped off all of her clothing before chaining her to a bed by her hands and feet. The girl said the man repeatedly forced her to have sex as the woman watched. The couple spoke of injecting cocaine into the head of the man's penis. The following morning, after the man had gone to work, the woman unchained the girl and forced her to telephone her parents and tell them that she was staying with friends and that she was okay. While she was using the phone, she was astute enough to note the number. When the woman left the bedroom to answer the door, presumably to let in a cocaine dealer, the girl found an open window and escaped. She was able to give police a full description of her attackers, along with their telephone number and address. When the girl had told detectives Ferguson and Kadich of the phone call she was forced to make to her parents, they immediately became suspicious that the couple may be the kidnappers of the 2 young women who had disappeared and had wrung their families under suspicious circumstances. Also, there was little doubt in their minds that the fact that the girl was allowed to see the couple's faces and where they lived could mean that she was marked for death once they had finished with her. If this was the case, then it was highly likely that the couple had already killed, perhaps many times, and another death wouldn't matter. The girl led the team of armed detectives to the disheveled white brick house in Morehouse Street. There was no one at home. 2 detectives hid in a panel van parked in the driveway and apprehended a very tense and nervous Catherine Margaret Birnie when she arrived home. She told them where to look for the man. Minutes later, other detectives picked up John David Birnie where he worked as a laborer in a spare parts car yard. The Birnies vigorously denied the girl's allegations. Instead, they claimed that she had been a willing party and had gone with them to share a bong of marijuana. Birnie admitted to having sex with the girl, but maintained that he had not forced her to have sex. A search of the house found the girl's bag and a packet of cigarettes that the girl had the common sense to conceal in the ceiling as proof positive that she had actually been there. But there was little else to prove the allegation of non-consensual sex or connect the Birnies with any of the other missing women. Knowing that they needed a confession to confirm their suspicions, Ferguson and Kadich hoped that under intense questioning, one of the Birnies would crack and at least admit to the non-consensual sex with the young girl. It was her word against theirs. Ferguson and Kadich grilled the Birnies separately. It was David Birnie who eventually cracked. Just after 7 p.m. that evening, Detective Sergeant Kadich said to David Birnie, half-jokingly, in reference to the missing women, "It's getting dark. Best we take the shovel and dig them up." To his astonishment, Birnie replied, "Okay, there's 4 of them." The detective couldn't believe his ears. When told of her lover's confession, Catherine Birnie also broke. They agreed to take police to the bodies that were buried not far from the city. It was as though it was a load off David Birnie's mind. He spoke freely with the detectives as he directed the convoy of vehicles out of the metropolitan area and toward the state forest north of the city. The convoy moved along Wanneroo Road and through the pine forests. Birnie was so relaxed and chatting so much that they were almost at Yanchep before he realized that they had gone too far and instructed them to turn around and go back. Squinting into the darkness, David Birnie recognized a track that led off the highway and into the darkness of the Gnangara pine plantation. About 400 yards into the forest, Birnie instructed them to stop. He pointed to a mound of sand. "Dig there," he said. Within minutes, police had uncovered the corpse of Denise Karen Brown, who had been reported missing only 5 days earlier. With a guard placed around the shallow grave, Birnie directed the convoy south to the Glen Eagle picnic area on the Albany Highway near Armadale. After traveling for half an hour, Birnie guided police into the forest and along a narrow track. Up an incline about 40 yards from the track, police uncovered the decomposing body of 22-year-old Mary Frances Nielsen, who had gone missing on October 6th. A further kilometer down the track, David Birnie pointed out the burial site of 15-year-old Susanna Candy, who hadn't been seen since October 19th. Detective Sergeant Kadich was amazed that neither of the Birnies showed any emotion or embarrassment while the bodies were being uncovered. If anything, they appeared to enjoy being the center of attention as they pointed the graves out to police. Then Catherine Birnie said that it was her turn. She would like to indicate the position of the next grave. She pointed out that it was where they had buried 31-year-old Noeline Patterson, who they had kidnapped and murdered on the 30th of October. Catherine Birnie went to great lengths to explain to police that she disliked Noeline from the moment that she and David had abducted her. She was glad that she was dead. As she pointed out the grave to the police, she spat on it. She showed a great deal of pride in being able to find the grave unassisted. It was as if she didn't want David Birnie to get all of the credit. As they left the burial grounds, David Birnie commented to Kadich, "What a pointless loss of young life." There was absolutely no doubt in the detective's mind that if the young girl hadn't escaped earlier in the day, the killings would have gone on. Psychiatrists attached to the case agreed that Catherine Birnie could not have killed on her own. She just wasn't the type. But the quiet mother of 6 children was totally obsessed with David Birnie and would do anything for him, including murder. She was even prepared to take her own life for him. When he got too fond of one of their victims, Catherine turned the knife on herself and said that she would rather die by her own hand than see him fall in love with anyone else. David Birnie was a completely different story. The product of a desperately poor family, he'd been in and out of institutions and prisons all of his life and was always going to end up in jail for a long time. But no one could possibly have forecast the magnitude of his crimes. David John Birnie was the eldest of 6 children. Margaret and John Birnie did their best for their kids, but times were tough. For all of their young lives, the authorities periodically took the children away from their parents and placed them in government institutions. David Birnie's parents had a long history of chronic alcoholism. At the time of the murders, David Birnie's mother was living in destitute squalor. Her tiny apartment was overflowing with food scraps, dirty dishes, full ashtrays, and broken furniture. The place was covered in dust and grime. She had given up hope years ago and could not recall seeing her eldest son in years. David Birnie's father died in 1986 after a long illness. Catherine and David first met as youngsters when their families lived next door to each other. Catherine's life was also one of doom and despair. Her mother died when she was 10 months old, and the infant went to live in South Africa with her father. She was bundled back to Australia after 2 years and was fostered by her grandparents. A sad little girl who rarely smiled, she had no friends. Other children weren't allowed to play with her, and even before she reached high school, her mind was scarred by loneliness. She desperately wanted to be loved. She would find that love in David Birnie later on in her sad life, but it would drive her to a loneliness and despair that she never knew was possible. David Birnie was reunited with Catherine when they were both in their late teens. David already had an extensive record for juvenile offenses. The only time that he showed that he might make something of himself was in the early 1960s when he trained as an apprentice jockey. But like most things in David Birnie's life, that didn't last long. Trainer Eric Parnham recalled Birnie as a pale, sickly-looking boy who he took on just to give him a job. Birnie was recommended as an apprentice prospect, and Parnham went to pick the boy up at his home. The house was a derelict slum surrounded by a pack of dogs. Birnie stayed in the stables for almost a year and showed enough ability to become a good jockey. Parnham eventually sacked him when he was alleged to have bashed and robbed the elderly owner of a boarding house. Catherine found a friend in Birnie. She would do anything he desired, and together they went on a crime rampage that would land them both in jail. On June 11, 1969, David and Catherine pleaded guilty in the Perth Police Court to 11 charges of breaking, entering, and stealing goods worth nearly $3,000. The court was told that Catherine was pregnant to another man. They admitted to stealing oxyacetylene equipment and using it to try to crack a safe at the Waverley Drive-In Theatre. Catherine was placed on probation, and Birnie was sent to jail for 9 months. On the 9th of July 1969, they were committed for trial in the Supreme Court on 8 further charges of breaking, entering, and stealing. They pleaded guilty, and Birnie had 3 years imprisonment added to his sentence. Catherine was put on probation for a further 4 years. On the 21st of June 1970, Birnie broke out of Carnet Prison and teamed up with Catherine again. When they were apprehended on the 10th of July, they were charged with 53 counts of stealing, receiving, breaking and entering, being unlawfully on premises, unlawfully driving motor vehicles, and unlawfully using vehicles. In their possession, police found clothing, wigs, bedding, radios, food, books, 100 sticks of gelignite, 120 detonators, and 3 fuses. Catherine admitted that she knew that she had done wrong, but said that she loved Birnie so much that there was nothing that she wouldn't do for him. She would get her chance to prove this in the years to come. Birnie was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, and Catherine received 6 months. Her newborn baby was taken from her by welfare workers and held until her release. Out of prison a few months later and away from the evil influence of David Birnie, Catherine went to work as a live-in domestic for a family in Fremantle. For the first time in her life, the scrawny young woman seemed to have found some happiness. Donald McLaughlin, the son of the family she worked for, fell in love with her and they married on the 31st of May, 1972. It was also Catherine's 21st birthday. Shortly after, she gave birth to the first of their 6 children. They named the baby boy Little Donnie after his father. 7 months later, Donnie was killed when he was crushed to death by a car in front of his mother. Psychiatrists would later ponder the significance of this tragedy and the horrors of the future. In the meantime, the marriage was not a happy one. Catherine pined for David Birnie. No one was surprised when she bailed out of the marriage. The family had been living in a state housing commission home in the working-class suburb of Victoria Park. Catherine had to look after her unemployed husband, their 6 children, and her father and uncle. The place was like a pigsty. She took no pride in the kids or the house. There was never any money for food. One day she rang her husband and said that she wasn't coming back. She'd been seeing David Birnie for the previous 2 years and was going back to him. After 13 years apart, she moved back with David Birnie. Although they never married, Catherine changed her name to Birnie by deed poll and became his common-law wife. But the Birnie household was far from normal. David Birnie's sexual appetite was seemingly insatiable. James Birnie, David's younger brother, stayed with the couple for a short time when he was released from prison after serving 5 months for indecently interfering with his 6-year-old niece. He told a reporter, "The 6-year-old led me on. You don't know what they can be like. When I left prison, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't go back to my mother's place because I had assaulted her and there was a restraining order out against me. I had a couple of fights with my mom and the police chased me off. Mom has alcohol problems. So David and Catherine let me move in. They weren't really happy about it, and David kept saying that he was going to kill me to keep me in line. James added that David Birnie had few friends, was heavily into kinky sex, and had a big pornographic video collection. He has to have sex 4 or 5 times a day, James said of his brother. I saw him use a hypodermic of that stuff you have when they're going to put stitches in your leg. It makes you numb. He put the needle in his penis. Then he had sex. David has had many women. He always has someone. The killing started in 1986. David and Catherine Birnie had tried everything sexually together and they wanted new kicks. They discussed abduction and non-consensual sex. Birnie turned his accomplice on by telling her that she would achieve incredible orgasms by watching him penetrate another woman who was bound and gagged. Catherine believed him. Their first opportunity came on the 6th of October 1986, when a 22-year-old student, Mary Nielsen, turned up at the Birnie house to buy some car tires. She had approached Birnie at his work at the spare parts yard, and he had suggested that she call by his house for a better bargain. Mary was studying psychology at the University of Western Australia and worked part-time at a suburban delicatessen. She was hoping to take a job as a counselor with the Community Welfare Department. Her parents were both TAFE lecturers and were in the UK on holiday when their daughter disappeared. Mary was last seen leaving the shop on Monday the 6th of October to attend a university lecture, but she never made it. Her gallant sedan was left 6 days later, left in a riverside car park opposite police headquarters. David Birnie had driven it there. It was as if he was leaving a clue. As Mary Nielsen entered the Birnie house, she was seized at knife point, bound and gagged, and chained to the bed. Catherine Birnie watched as her lover repeatedly had non-consensual sex with the girl. She asked him questions about what turned him on the most. This way, she would know what to do to excite him. Catherine knew that Mary Nielsen would eventually have to die, but it was something that she and Birnie hadn't yet discussed. That night, they took the girl to the Glen Eagles National Park, where Birnie had non-consensual sex with her again, then wrapped a nylon cord around her neck and slowly tightened it with a tree branch. Mary Nielsen choked to death at his feet. Birnie then stabbed her through the body and buried her in a shallow grave. He told Catherine that the stab wound would allow any gases to escape as the body decomposed. He had read it somewhere in a book. The second killing took place a fortnight later when they abducted pretty 15-year-old Susanna Candy as she hitchhiked along the Sterling Highway in Claremont. An outstanding student at the Hollywood High School, Susanna lived at home in Nedlands with her parents, 2 brothers, and a sister. Her father is one of the top ophthalmic surgeons in Western Australia. After she went missing, the Birnies forced her to send letters to her family to assure them that she was all right, but the family feared for her life. The Birnies had been cruising for hours looking for a victim when they spotted Susanna. Within seconds of being in the car, she had a knife at her throat and her hands were bound. She was taken back to the Willagee house where she was gagged, chained to the bed, and forced to have sex. After Birnie had finished raping the girl, Catherine Birnie got into the bed with them. She now knew that this turned her lover on. When they had satiated their lust, Birnie tried to strangle the girl with the nylon cord, but she became hysterical and went berserk. The Birnies forced sleeping pills down her throat to calm her down. Once Susanna was asleep, David put the cord around her neck and told Catherine to prove her undying love for him by murdering the girl. Catherine obliged willingly. She tightened the cord slowly around the young girl's neck until she stopped breathing. David Birnie stood beside the bed, watching. Asked later why she had done it, Catherine Birnie said, "Because I wanted to see how strong I was within my inner self. I didn't feel a thing. It was like I expected. I was prepared to follow him to the end of the earth and do anything to see that his desires were satisfied." She was a female. Females hurt and destroy males. They buried Susanna Candy near the grave of Mary Nielsen in the state forest. On the 1st of November, they saw 31-year-old Noeline Patterson standing beside her car on the Canning Highway, East Fremantle. She had run out of petrol while on her way home from her job as bar manager at the Nedlands Golf Club. Noeline lived with her mother in the leafy suburb of Bicton on the shores of the Swan River. She was an extremely popular lady, and club members described her as charming and polite. She had been an air hostess with Ansett Airlines for 9 years and had worked for corporate tycoon Alan Bond as hostess on his private jet for 2 years. Noeline had been working at the golf club for about a year when she accepted the Birnies' offer of a lift. Noeline didn't hesitate to get in the car with the friendly couple. Once inside, she had a knife held to her throat, was tied up and told not to move, or she would be stabbed to death. She was taken back to Morehouse Street, where Birnie repeatedly forced her to have sex after she was gagged and chained to the bed. Catherine Birnie hated Noeline Patterson from the minute she set eyes on her. A beautiful, elegant lady, Noeline had everything that Catherine wanted to be. What's more, Birnie was entranced by her. They had originally decided to murder Noeline Patterson that same night, but when David Birnie kept putting it off, Catherine became infuriated. She could see that she was losing her man. At one stage, she held a knife to her own heart and threatened to kill herself unless he chose between them. Birnie kept Noeline prisoner in the house for 3 days before Catherine insisted that he kill her. He forced an overdose of sleeping pills down her throat and strangled her, under the watchful eye of Catherine, while she slept. They took her body to the forest and buried it along with the others. Catherine Birnie got great pleasure in throwing sand in the dead woman's face. On the 5th of November, they abducted 21-year-old Denise Brown as she was waiting for a bus on Sterling Highway. Denise was a fun-loving girl who worked as a part-time computer operator in Perth and spent a lot of her spare time at dances and nightclubs. She shared a flat in Nedlands with her boyfriend and another couple. Denise spent her last night at the Cool Bell Up Hotel with a girlfriend. She accepted a lift from the Birnies outside the Stoned Crow Wine House in Fremantle. A close friend said later, she was someone who would do anything to help anyone. She trusted too many people. Perhaps that's why she didn't think twice about taking a lift. At knife point, Denise was taken to the house in Willagee, chained to the bed and forced to have sex. The following afternoon, she was taken to the Wanneroo Pine Plantation. Along the way, they nearly picked up another victim. After the Birnies' capture, a 19-year-old student told police how she was offered a lift by 2 people who she later recognized as Catherine and David Birnie from photos in the newspapers. After finishing university for the day, she was walking along Pinjar Road, Wanneroo, when a car pulled up beside her. There were 2 people in the front and another slumped in the back seat. Later she realized that the person in the back was probably Denise Brown. She went on, "I felt uneasy. I didn't recognize the car. There was a man driving and a woman in the front seat of the car. The man kept looking down, not looking at me, and the woman was drinking a can of UDL rum and coke. I thought the fact that she was drinking at that time of day was strange. He didn't look at me the whole time. It was the woman who did all the talking. She asked me if I wanted a lift anywhere. I said, no, I only live up the road. They continued to sit there, and I looked into the back seat where I saw a small person with short brown hair lying across the seat. I thought it must have been their son or daughter asleep in the back. The person was in a sleeping position, and from the haircut, looked like a boy, but for some reason I got the feeling it was a girl. I told them again I didn't want a lift because walking was good exercise. The man looked up for the first time and gazed at me before looking away again. By this time, more cars had appeared, and I started to walk away, but they continued to sit in the car. Finally, the car started, and they did another U-turn and drove up Pinjar Road towards the pine plantation. It wasn't until I saw a really good photo of Catherine Birnie that I realized who they were. Somebody must have been looking after me that day. I don't know what would have happened to me if I had got into that car. Safely in the seclusion of the forest, David Birnie forced Denise Brown to have sex in the car while the couple waited for darkness. They then dragged the woman from the car, and Birnie assaulted her again. In the light of Catherine's torch, Birnie plunged a knife into Denise's neck while he was raping her. Denise didn't die straight away. Catherine Birnie, still holding the torch, found a bigger knife and urged her lover to stab her again. He didn't need much prompting. He wielded the knife until Denise lay silent at his feet. Convinced that the girl was dead, they dug a shallow grave and lay her body in it. As they were covering Denise Brown with sand, she sat up in the grave. Birnie grabbed an axe and struck her full force on the skull with it. When the girl sat up again, he turned the axe head around and cracked the girl's skull open. Then they finished covering her with sand. The brutal murder of Denise Brown had a bad effect on Catherine Birnie. She liked the sex they had with their victims, and she didn't mind the women being strangled and stabbed to death. But after the last murder, she decided that she couldn't go through it again. That is possibly why she left their next victim untied and alone in the bedroom. She told police later, "I think I must have come to a decision that sooner or later there had to be an end to the rampage. I had reached the stage when I didn't know what to do. I suppose I came to a decision that I was prepared to give her a chance. I knew that it was a foregone conclusion that David would kill her, and probably do it that night. I was just fed up with the killings. I thought if something did not happen soon, it would simply go on and never end. Deep and dark in the back of my mind was yet another fear. I had a great fear that I would have to look at another killing like that of Denise Brown, the girl he murdered with the axe. I wanted to avoid that at all costs. In the back of my mind, I had come to the position where I really did not care if the girl escaped or not. When I found out that the girl had escaped, I felt a twinge of terror run down my spine. I thought to myself, David will be furious. What shall I tell him? On the 12th of November, 1986, David John Birnie and Catherine Margaret Birnie appeared in Fremantle Magistrates Court, charged with 4 counts of willful murder. The public were outraged at the allegations against the pair, and a crowd had gathered outside the court. Police checked the bags of everyone entering the court. The holding cell leading to the courtroom was heavily guarded by police. David Birnie was led into court handcuffed to a policeman and wearing a faded pair of blue overalls with joggers and socks. The barefoot Catherine Birnie was handcuffed to a policeman and wore a pair of blue denim jeans with a light brown checked shirt. They stood emotionless as the charges against them were read out. Neither had legal representation. No plea was entered, bail was officially refused, and the Birnies were remanded in custody. When asked if she wanted to be remanded for 8 or 30 days before her next court appearance, Catherine Birnie looked at her lover and said, "I'll go when he goes." On the 10th of February 1987, a huge crowd gathered outside the Perth Supreme Court. As the Birnies arrived in a prison truck, they called for the reintroduction of the death penalty. "Hang the bastards," they called. "String them up." Under a huge police guard, the couple were led into the holding cells. Bill Power, the police rounds reporter who covered the Birnies' crimes and trial for the Perth Daily News, recalls the Birnies' appearance in the Perth Supreme Court as one of the most chilling experiences of his career and remembers it as if it were yesterday. There was nothing distinctive about David and Catherine Birnie when they first appeared in court to face multiple murder charges in the serial killings that brought to an end the mystery of the young women going missing off Perth streets, Bill recalled. They were a rather nondescript, ordinary-looking couple you might find running a petrol station in a country town. David was a weedy little man, and Catherine his drab, slightly buxom wife with a very sour face. Both were accompanied by male police officers. David Birnie appeared first at the top of the stairs from the holding cell beneath the court and looked totally out of place in the majestic Perth Supreme Court. He was already in the dock glancing around at the masked police, court staff, and huge media contingent as Catherine made her way up the stairs to the courtroom. The scrawny little serial killer was mesmerizing enough, but nothing could have prepared me for the moment that Catherine Birnie appeared at the top of the Jarrah staircase leading up to the dock where the charges were to be read out to them. If you've ever witnessed a wild cat go off, then try and imagine that same hellcat in the confined spaces of a narrow staircase. Catherine Birnie fought against the guarding police officers and refused to allow any of them to touch her as she screamed and spat her words at them until she reached the dock and spotted her beloved David. Only then did she calm down. The unusualness of her appearance continued when David Birnie stood before the court to hear the murder charges read against him, and Catherine Birnie was allowed to sit on a small wooden bench immediately behind him. As the judge leveled the horrible case against him, Birnie stood motionless with his hands clasped behind his back. "What I witnessed next, I will take to the grave with me," Bill Power recalled. As the heinous charges of abduction, non-consensual sex, torture, and murder were being read out against him, Catherine Birnie bent forward, stretched out her right hand, and gently stroked the ball of David Birnie's thumb behind his back. There has probably never before been such a declaration of undying love in the Western Australian Supreme Court dock. David Birnie pleaded guilty to 4 counts of murder and 1 count of abduction and non-consensual sex. thereby sparing the families of his victims the agony of a long trial. "That's the least I could do," he told the detective. Catherine Birnie had not been required to plead, as her barrister was waiting on a psychiatric report to determine her sanity. She was remanded to appear later that month. "It was all over within a few minutes," recalled Bill Power. And the erstwhile angelic Catherine, who moments before had acted out such a show of dedication, was dragged kicking and screaming and spitting down the wooden staircase to a prison van waiting beside the court. Perhaps she never wanted another man besides David to touch her. Mr. Justice Wallace sentenced David Birnie to the maximum sentence of life imprisonment with strict security. He added, "The law is not strong enough to express the community's horror at this sadistic killer who tortured and murdered 4 women. In my opinion, David John Birnie is such a danger to society that he should never be released from prison." David Birnie stood trembling in the dock as the sentence was passed. His bravado returned as he was led to the prison van under tight security. With the angry mob calling for his blood, David Birnie put his hands to his lips and blew them a kiss. Found sane enough to plead, Catherine Margaret Birnie admitted her part in the murders and was sentenced on the 3rd of March 1987 in the Perth Supreme Court. She stood in the dock holding hands with David Birnie, the man who had led her down the path of torture, non-consensual sex, and murder. Throughout the day's hearing, they chatted quietly and smiled at each other as the court was told of their 35-day reign of horror. On occasions, she would stroke and pat his arm. A psychiatrist to the court said that Catherine was totally dependent on Birnie and almost totally vulnerable to his evil influence. He said, "It's the worst case of personality dependence I've ever seen in my career." Mr. Justice Wallace had no hesitation in handing down the same sentence as that imposed on David Birnie. He said, "In my opinion, you should never be released to be with David Birnie. You should never be allowed to see him again." As she was taken from the court, the scrawny mother of 6 took one last look at the man who had influenced her life so strongly and so disastrously. In prison, David Birnie was repeatedly beaten up and attempted suicide later in 1987 and was eventually moved to Fremantle Prison's old death cells for his own protection. In the years to come, the Birnies would rarely be out of the headlines. In their first 4 years apart, they exchanged 2,600 letters, but they were denied the right to marry, have personal phone calls to each other, or have contact visits. In 1990, David Birnie claimed that the denial of these rights imposed a punishment over and above that decreed by the law. He said he and Catherine were suffering physical and mental torture, and that denying them contact with each other was an attempt to drive them into mental breakdown and suicide. In 1992, Major Crime Squad detectives gave David Birnie the rare privilege of a look at the outside world when they drove him around Perth and the suburbs for 5 hours in the hopes that he may confess to other murders that he could have possibly committed. Nothing ever came of it. In 1993, David Birnie's personal computer was confiscated from his cell in the protection unit at Casuarina Prison when it was found to contain pornographic software. On January 22, 2000, Catherine Birnie's first husband and the father of her 6 children, Donald McLaughlin, passed away suddenly in the Western Australia country town of Brusselton. He was aged 59. Catherine Birnie made an application to attend her former husband's funeral. It was refused. Commenting on the Ministry of Justice's decision to refuse attendance to the funeral, the Western Australia Premier, Mr. Richard Court, said, "As far as I'm concerned, the Birnies have forfeited any right for those types of privileges." According to Western Australian law, David and Catherine Birnie will be eligible to apply for parole in 20 years after they committed their atrocities. But it seems that there is little likelihood that any parole board would go against Mr. Justice Wallace's recommendation that they die behind bars. In January 2000, the acting Western Australian Attorney General, Mr. Kevin Prince, said that while the Birnies can be considered for parole in 2007, he thought they would never be released until they became too frail or senile. By any standard, the highway murders case was an investigator's nightmare. A brutal killer roamed at will across the American Midwest, targeting male prostitutes and hitchhikers, hacking them to death and discarding their mutilated bodies in rural locales, sometimes buried in clusters with weird ritual trappings. At least 10 victims were killed before members of various law enforcement agencies realized their separate cases involved a single predator. Even then, years of suspicion and police harassment in the gay community prevented witnesses and traumatized survivors of the crime spree from communicating with authorities. The highway murders spanned 4 states and 14 counties, from southwestern Wisconsin to north-central Kentucky. At its worst, the case highlighted breakdowns in communication at the city, county, state, and federal levels. While the slayer, or slayers, was free to hunt from Chicago's mean streets and the gay bars of Indianapolis to small farming communities. Even after a task force was formed and a prime suspect was identified, the murders continued, 13 more in fact, to haunt police as they pursued their man. Knowing a killer and confining him are sometimes very different things, as illustrated in this case by careless, bungled searches and interrogations, leading to judicial suppression of critical evidence, freeing the murderer to kill again. Even surveillance failed, as rivalry between police departments and inept communication left the slayer free to travel widely, often unobserved. For a time it seemed as if the stalker was unstoppable, until his own clumsy arrogance landed him back in court and ultimately sent him to death row. But even then, the highway murders case had more surprises left in store. The slayer caged was thought to work with an accomplice, a respected academic from a leading Indiana university, and he agreed to testify against the man he claimed was both the mastermind and gloating witness to his vicious crimes. That trial and its surprise result added another twist to one of America's most convoluted serial murder cases, and left the conclusion in doubt, perhaps forever. 19-year-old Stephen Crockett was the first known victim of the highway killer, stabbed to death and discarded in a cornfield outside Kankakee, Illinois, 40 miles south of Chicago and 15 miles east of the Indiana state line. Discovery of his mutilated corpse on October 23, 1982, raised no alarms outside the immediate area of Kankakee County. Number 2, although unrecognized as such for nearly 7 months, was 25-year-old John R. Johnson. He vanished from Chicago's grubby Uptown District, a neighborhood of rootless drifters and transplanted Appalachian hillbillies, 1 week to the day after Steve Crockett's body was found. Missing for 2 months, he was found near Lowell, Indiana, some 35 miles northeast of where Crockett was found, on Christmas Day. Police in Illinois and Indiana had no reason to suspect the 2 crimes were related, and since the FBI's National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime would not begin computerizing records of unsolved murders until June 1984, there was no handy method to check on similar crimes in different states. The highway killer was a busy predator, however, and he would soon provide authorities with evidence of his existence. Sadly, they chose to ignore it. 2 more mutilated bodies were found by Indiana police on December 28, 1982. The day's first victim, 23-year-old Stephen Egan, had left his mother's home in Terre Haute to catch a movie with the boys and never returned. Found in a wooded area near Newport in Vermilion County, Egan had been slashed across the throat and stabbed repeatedly about the abdomen, leaving him disemboweled. Relatives called to identify the body insisted that the white tube socks found on his feet in death were not a part of Egan's wardrobe. Victim number 2 for December 28th was John Roach, a 21-year-old Indianapolis resident, stabbed to death in a maniacal frenzy before his body was dumped along Interstate Highway 70 in Putnam County, 30-odd miles southwest of his home. Again, the connection in 2 separate cases, drawn from separate jurisdictions 40 miles apart and separated from each other by Park County, might have been missed except for a quirk of fate. Since neither Vermilion nor Putnam counties had their own forensic pathologists, both victims were sent to Bloomington Hospital for examination by Dr. John Pless. The crimes, while not identical, were similar enough that Dr. Pless was moved to suspect a serial killer at large. Before day's end, Pless reported his suspicions to the Indiana State Police, who in turn dismissed him as an alarmist. The killer's next victim may have been 22-year-old David Block, a recent Yale graduate who vanished on December 30, 1982, while visiting his parents in Chicago's affluent Highland Park suburb. Block's new Volkswagen was recovered from the Tri-State Tollway near Deerfield, north of Chicago, and while he remained missing, authorities noted that Deerfield lies in Lake County, Illinois, 60 miles north of Lake County, Indiana, and the scene of John Johnson's death. By the time Bloch's skeletal remains were found near Zionsville, Illinois on May 7, 1984, advanced decomposition and exposure to the elements ruled out definitive pronouncement on the cause of death. Members of the Chicago and Indianapolis gay communities already recognized what police were loath to admit, that a serial killer of gays was at large and trolling for victims across the Midwest. The crimes revived ugly memories of John Wayne Gacy, then on death row at Menard, Illinois. But Gacy had concealed his victims, while the highway killer seemed to flaunt his crimes. By January 1983, a gay newspaper in Indianapolis had established a hotline for tips on the case and profiled the killer as a self-loathing homosexual who killed his one-night partners to refute unwelcome desires. Local police, for their part, still refused to link the crimes and had no luck prospecting for leads in the city's gay bars, where their appearance was regarded as a threat and violation. The next verified highway victim was 27-year-old Edward Undercolfer, found stabbed to death outside Danville, Illinois on March 4, 1983. As in Stephen Again's case, the killer had removed Undercolfer's shoes and stockings, replacing them with white tube socks the victim never owned. Jay Reynolds was the sixth to die. The 26-year-old proprietor of an ice cream shop in Lexington, Kentucky, Reynolds left home to close his business on the night of March 21st and never returned. His mutilated corpse was found the next day, discarded along U.S. Highway 25 in rural Fayette County, south of town. April's first victim, and number 7 on the highway killer's confirmed hit parade, was 28-year-old Gustavo Herrera, found by construction workers in Lake County, Illinois, near the Wisconsin border. A resident of Chicago's Uptown District, Herrera was a father of 2, but he also frequented local gay bars. Aside from multiple stab wounds, his killer had cut off Herrera's right hand and removed it from the scene where he was found on April 8, 1983. Another victim surfaced in Lake County 1 week later, on April 15th. The youngest killed to date, he was 16-year-old Irvin Gibson, found outside Lake Forest. Gibson's body had been crudely camouflaged with leaves, and he was found stretched out beside the lifeless body of a dog. Detectives noted that both victims had been dumped near exit ramps for Interstate Highway 94. The slayer's first black victim, 18-year-old Jimmy T. Roberts, was found in Cook County, Illinois, near the Indiana border on May 9, 1983. A Chicago native, Roberts had been stabbed more than 30 times, after which the killer pulled his pants down and rolled his body into a creek. The case changed forever when another victim was discovered on May 9, 1983. Discovered in a field beside Indiana State Road 39 in Henderson County, 21-year-old Daniel McNeve was a sometime street hustler from Indianapolis. He had been stabbed 27 times, one of the abdominal gashes leaving his entrails exposed. Because Henderson County had no forensic pathologist, the corpse was sent to Bloomington Hospital, and Dr. John Pless once again saw marks of a familiar hand at work. Disturbed, Pless reached out to the state police a second time. This time, they listened to him and believed. 6 days after McNeve's corpse was discovered, on May 15, 1983, members of several Indiana law enforcement agencies gathered to discuss the highway murders. Meeting in Indianapolis, they organized a task force, formally christened the Central Indiana Multi-Agency Investigative Team. Lieutenant Jerry Campbell from the Indianapolis Police Department was assigned to lead the team, assisted by Sergeant Frank Love from the State Police. A month later, on June 14th, 50 officers from 8 jurisdictions gathered to review a score of unsolved murders, all involving young men or teenage boys who were stabbed or strangled to death, their bodies dumped along highways throughout the state. By the time of that second meeting, the task force already had a prime suspect on tap. June 6 brought a phone call from Indianapolis, naming 31-year-old Larry Eyler as the highway killer. The caller had no direct evidence of murder, but alluded to an incident from August 1978 when Eyler had attacked hitchhiker Mark Henry at Terre Haute. Eyler had given Henry a ride on August 3rd, then drew a butcher's knife when Henry rejected his sexual overtures. Swerving onto a dark side street where he forced Henry into the bed of his pickup truck, stripped and handcuffed his victim, then bound Henry's ankles and began stroking his body with the knife. Terrified, Henry broke free and hobbled from the truck, Eyler pursuing him and stabbing Henry once with enough force to puncture a lung. Henry played dead, whereupon Eyler sped from the scene. Left alone, Henry had staggered to a nearby trailer court and roused a tenant there who drove him to the hospital. Eyler, meanwhile, had also stopped nearby, choosing a house at random to confess his crime and surrender a handcuff key. Police found him waiting in his pickup truck and arrested him, confiscating a sword, 3 knives, a whip, and a canister of tear gas. Bond was initially set at $50,000, reduced to $10,000 on August 4th by a sympathetic judge, whereupon one of Eyler's friends posted $1,000 as surety for his release. Charged with attempted murder, Eyler beat the rap on August 23rd, after his lawyer gave Henry a check for $2,500 and Henry declined to press charges. Judge Harold Bitzigeo had dismissed the case on November 23, 1978, after charging Eyler another $43 in court costs. The Henry stabbing was not Eyler's only contact with police. 3 years after that incident, in 1981, he was arrested for drugging a 14-year-old boy and dumping him unconscious in the woods near Greencastle, Indiana. That victim had also survived, his parents dropping charges when he left the hospital with no lasting damage. Larry Eyler seemed to lead a charmed life, but he came from humble beginnings. The youngest of 4 children, born at Crawfordsville, Indiana in December 1952, he saw his parents divorce when he was still a toddler. Dropping out of high school in his senior year, Eyler later earned his GED and dabbled at college, attending sporadically from 1974 through 1978, finally quitting without a degree. He favored military t-shirts and fatigues, but never served in uniform. Of late, he lived in Terre Haute with Robert David Little, a professor of library science at Indiana State University. Eyler worked part-time at a Greencastle liquor store and frequently drove to Chicago on business unknown. By July 1983, task force members were focused on Eyler as their only suspect in the highway murders case. FBI profilers were less certain, noting evidence of separate killers in at least 2 of the homicides. Indiana officers concentrated on Eyler since they had no other prospects. He was shadowed daily, photographed as he traveled to and from work, followed to various bars after dark. No murders were committed while Eyler remained under surveillance, but skeletal remains of an 11th victim, this one unidentified, were found in Ford County, Illinois on July 2, 1983. Investigators dutifully added the corpse to their list. On August 27th, police trailed Eyler to an Indianapolis gay bar, watching as he left a short time later with another man. Eyler drove his one-night stand to a Greencastle motel where they rented a room. The move broke Eyler's pattern, which favored open-air sex in the bed of his pickup, complete with a plastic-wrapped mattress, and officers feared they might miss a homicide in progress while they idled outside the motel. Finally, one of them crept up to the room and peered through the window, jogging back to report no evidence of any violent crime. Manhunters didn't know it yet, but they had mounted their last stakeout on the man whom they believed to be the highway killer. Near midnight on August 30th, 1983, 28-year-old Ralph Kalisz left the apartment he shared with a girlfriend in the Chicago suburb of Oak Park, Illinois, near Uptown. Kalisz liked to party and often disappeared overnight, but he never returned from this excursion. A tree-trimming crew found his mutilated corpse on August 31st in Lake Forest, near the sites where Gustavo Herrera and Irvin Gibson were murdered in April 1983. Kalisz's slaying seemed to fit the highway killer's pattern. Found naked to the waist, his pants pulled down, the victim had been stabbed 17 times with a long-bladed knife, virtually disemboweled. Marks on his wrists suggested he was handcuffed prior to death. Tire tracks and footprints at the scene offered police their first real traces of the killer who had claimed at least a dozen lives. A background investigation on Kalisz revealed a troubled life. He dropped out of college in his first semester, compiling a record of arrests for drug possession, arson, and episodes of violence. Police recommended psychiatric treatment, but Kalisz had no money for counseling, and a stint with the Salvation Army failed to turn his life around. Known to friends and family as a heavy drinker and drug user, Kalisz was living on welfare when he met his killer in August. A review of the Illinois cases to date told police that 4 highway killer victims, Crockett, Johnson, Herrera, and Kalisz, had lived in or near the Uptown neighborhood before they were murdered and dumped in outlying districts. More to the point, Herrera and Kalisz had once lived only 2 doors apart on North Kenmore Street. Around the time these revelations broke, on September 3, 1983, Illinois detectives also learned for the first time of Indiana's ongoing investigation into 4 similar cases. The interstate connection grew more plausible when Chicago officers heard about Craig Townsend, taken from the Uptown neighborhood on October 2, 1982, by a man who drove across the state line, drugged him, beat him, then dumped him semi-conscious near Lowell, Indiana. Transported to Crown Point for treatment, Townsend fled the hospital without describing his attacker to police. He was missing in September 1983, but authorities had his mugshot on file, taken after an arrest for drug possession. On September 8, 1983, investigators from Waukegan and Indianapolis converged on Crown Point, Indiana, for a conference on the highway murders. FBI agents were invited to attend the gathering, providing a psychological profile of the slayer from the Bureau's Behavioral Science Unit at Quantico, Virginia. That profile described the killer as a macho man who affected military garb and patronized redneck bars in a bid to deny his own sexuality. Murder after sex was the ultimate denial, certain corpses covered with leaves or loose dirt to negate the final act. Indiana detectives agreed that the profile seemed to fit Larry Eyler in all respects, from his Marine Corps caps and T-shirts to his drinking and high-speed night drives in his pickup. Informed of Eyler's frequent visits to Chicago, Illinois police gave their Indiana counterpoints photographs of tire tracks and footprints from the Calise murder scene for future comparison against Eyler's pickup and boots. They also agreed to keep watch on Eyler if he surfaced in Chicago. Before the month was over, Indiana State Police would have their chance to stop the highway killer, but the opportunity would find them grossly unprepared. On September 30, 1983, Chicago police spotted Larry Eyler cruising for dates in a district favored by male prostitutes. Rolling surveillance was established, officers watching from their cars as Eyler picked up one young man, then dropped him off a few blocks later. Detectives swarmed to question him about their meeting, their witness explaining that he had rejected Eyler's offer of money for sex because he simply wanted to party. Surveillance continued as Eyler drove around uptown, finally stopping for Arkansas transplant Darrell Hayward. In the pickup, Eyler offered Hayward $100 for sex, specifying bondage as his preference. Hayward resisted briefly, then agreed. Still unaware of the detectives tailing him, Eyler lost them by driving south on Interstate 90, leaving Chicago behind and crossing into Lake County, Indiana. Despite their suspicions of a possible murder in progress, no one from the surveillance team alerted Indiana officers that Eyler was headed their way with a potential victim. East of Lowell, Eyler parked along the highway and persuaded Hayward to remove his shirt. That done, Eyler convinced his date to leave the truck and hike across a nearby field to have sex in an abandoned barn. They were returning to the pickup when State Trooper Kenneth Burley passed by a few minutes before 7 a.m. and saw the truck parked illegally, 2 men emerging from the woods. He stopped to question them, intending, so he later said, to issue a citation for parking illegally beside an interstate highway. All that changed in a heartbeat when Burley took Eyler's driver's license and radioed his dispatcher to check for outstanding warrants. Task force members working on the graveyard ship heard Eyler's name on the air and rushed to the scene. They questioned both men, then handcuffed Eyler and drove him to the state police barracks at Lowell, his truck towed along behind. At the Lowell barracks, Hayward finally admitted that Eyler had offered him money for sex. No cash had changed hands by the time Trooper Burley arrived, though, and Eyler still had the C-note in his pocket. It was 1:30 p.m. before detectives questioned Eyler, considering a new charge of soliciting prostitution. Examination of his boots revealed nicks on the soles that resembled plaster casts from the Calise crime scene, and Eyler surrendered the boots without protest. He also consented to a search of his truck, believing that police would do it anyway, whether he agreed or not. A blood-stained knife was removed from the pickup, and Illinois detectives were summoned to Lowell, but they had not arrived when Eyler was released, without his boots, a phone call, or advisement of his legal rights, at 7 p.m. The next morning, shortly after 4 a.m., Lieutenant Jerry Campbell led a squad of officers to Robert Little's house in Terre Haute. This time, they had a search warrant. Among the items seized were handcuffs and credit card receipts from Eyler's room, plus telephone records found in the kitchen. Eyler was not arrested, and his pickup was not impounded. as police withdrew to study their haul of potential evidence. The phone record surprised them, revealing a pattern of long-distance calls to Little's home number, placed from various locations, often in the dead of night. 3 calls from Illinois especially intrigued authorities. One had been made from Cook County Hospital on April 8, 1983, a few hours before Gustavo Herrera's body was found. A second was traced to the home of John Dobrovolsky on Chicago's mid-north side. A third call was made from a number later disconnected, having officers to speculate in vain on its source. Inspired by the Dobrovolsky lead, Lake County Police visited his home on October 3rd and found Eyler there, his pickup parked outside. On impulse, they seized the truck and took Eyler in for questioning, assuring him that he was not under arrest and would not need a lawyer. By the time Eyler finally requested an attorney, at 4 a.m. on October 4th, he had already confessed to having a long-term affair with John Dobrovolsky, himself a married man with children, and admitted he preferred to bind his partners prior to sex. Released at 4:40 a.m. without his truck, Eyler took the morning train back to Chicago and the Dobrovolsky home. Shortly after his release, 2 mushroom hunters found a man's dismembered torso in a plastic trash bag, discarded near Highway 31 at Petrified Springs Park in Kenosha County, Wisconsin. An autopsy revealed that the head, arms, and legs had been severed with a fine-toothed saw and that the torso had been drained of blood. Although the severed parts were never found, X-rays identified the victim as 18-year-old Eric Hansen, a street hustler from St. Francis, Wisconsin, last seen alive in Milwaukee on September 27th. And the grim discoveries continued. On October 15th, a farmer's plow turned up skeletal remains of a John Doe victim in Jasper County, Indiana, southwest of Rensselaer. The bones were notched by knife wounds, indicating death by stabbing. 4 days later, mushroom hunters stumbled on the highway killer's private graveyard, a long-abandoned farm outside Lake Village, Indiana. 4 more victims were discovered in varying states of decomposition. 3 were white males, planted close together, while a black victim had been segregated from the others on the far side of a tree. Inside a nearby barn, detectives found a pentagram and an inverted cross, considered signs of Satanism, painted on a sagging rafter. 2 of the victims would remain forever nameless. The others were identified as 22-year-old Michael Bauer and 19-year-old John Bartlett. News of the discovery brought 2 surviving victims forward. Ed Healy wrote police from West Virginia, recalling the night of June 1, 1980, when Larry Eyler handcuffed him for sex, then beat him for an hour and threatened him with a shotgun. Jim Griffin from Chicago identified Eyler as the man he had taken home for sex on November 30, 1981. At Griffin's home, Eyler had turned violent, beating Griffin with his fists, threatening him with 2 knives and an ice pick. Police also located Craig Townsend on October 26, 1983, recording his account of an attack by Eyler 12 months earlier. At the same time, a noose of scientific evidence was tightening around Larry Eyler. FBI lab technicians found human blood, type A positive, on the knife removed from Eyler's truck, and distinctive nicks on the soles of his boots were matched to plaster casts of footprints from the Calise murder scene. When they cut the boots open on October 26th, technicians found more blood, again A positive, Calise's type, inside, soaked through the inner lining. Handcuffs seized from Robert Little's home were found consistent with the marks left on Calise's wrists. The tires on Eyler's truck likewise matched casts of tracks from the Calise crime scene. A preliminary hearing was convened in Waukegan before U.S. District Judge Paul Plunkett on October 28, 1983. Various witnesses described the evidence connecting Eyler to Calise's murder, and he was held over for trial, jailed in lieu of a $500,000 bond. Investigators from 4 states heaved a collective sigh of relief. But they were premature. Attorney David Shippers knew a bad search when he saw one. Once a prosecutor in Chicago, he brought his knowledge of police methods with him when he entered private practice. Now, as Larry Eyler's lawyer, he was instantly alert to problems with the evidence and statements gathered by investigators working on the highway murders case. On December 13, 1983, Shippers filed a motion to suppress all evidence collected in the case, including Eyler's statements to police on September 30th and October 3rd to 4th. plus items seized in various searches of his truck and Robert Little's home, conducted on September 30th, October 1st, November 1st, and November 22nd, 1983. The suppression hearing convened in Lake County before Judge William Block on January 23, 1984. Testimony spanned 4 days, with witnesses including 7 police officers, John Dobrowski, his wife Sally, and Larry Eyler himself. In each case, shippers tried to show a pattern of negligent and illegal behavior by investigating officers, suggesting that the evidence they seized and statements they recorded should be inadmissible at trial. State Trooper Kenneth Burley was first on the witness stand, describing his stop of Eyler and Darrell Hayward on September 30th. On cross-examination, Burley admitted that Eyler had committed no offense except illegal parking on the interstate. Indiana State Police Sergeant Peter Popplewell recalled Hayward's comments on September 30th, then admitted leaving those statements out of his official report. Prodded by shippers, Popplewell also granted that it was unusual for citizens to be handcuffed and jailed for 12 hours, with their vehicles impounded, for illegal parking. Sergeant John Pavlakovic noted that he ordered Eyler's removal to Lowell in handcuffs, still insisting that Eyler was in custody but not under arrest. Prosecutor Peter Trobe opened the January 24th proceedings with a tape recording of Eyler's statement on September 30th, 1983. Task Force Sergeant Frank Love next described his interview with Eyler, admitting that the task force had no evidence to charge Eyler with a crime when he was jailed. Love also conceded that he was rather concerned by Eyler's 12-hour confinement in the absence of probable cause for arrest. Another task force member, Sam McPherson, said Eyler's boots were close enough to the Calise tracks to merit investigation, but he could not explain why Eyler was released if the boot evidence incriminated him. Eyler took the stand on January 24th, admitting that he gave consent for officers to search his pickup, claiming that he feared that he'd be held in jail unless he acquiesced. Confused and frightened, Eyler said he had agreed to everything his captors asked for in a bid to win release. Detective Dan Collin was first on the stand for January 25th, describing most of the highway killer's victims as gay hustlers. Ralph Calise, he admitted, had no such record. State Police Corporal David Hawkins recalled that the search warrant of Robert Little's home was lost overnight, apparently misfiled at the Vigo County Courthouse. John and Sally Dobrowski described police barging into their home without warrants or permission on October 3rd. John recalled that Sergeant Roy Lamprich not only rejected Eyler's plea for an attorney, but ordered Dobrowski not to call one. On February 2nd, Judge Block ruled that there had been no justification for jailing Eyler on September 30th or searching his pickup. Every act that followed was a direct consequence of the illegal arrest and detention for those investigative purposes, Block said. Facts contained in a police affidavit for the October 1st warrant on Little's home were also insufficient to support a legal search. The seizure of Eyler's pickup on October 3rd was tainted but permissible, since Eyler had granted permission. It was a small concession, and too little to support a case. The judge's order ruled out any use in court of Eyler's boots, his handcuffs, or the bloody knife. Nothing remained except the tire tracks of a relatively common type. Eyler was free. Fearing harassment by police in Indiana, he immediately pulled up stakes and settled in Chicago. There was nothing that police could do but watch him go. At 6 a.m. on August 21, 1984, the janitor of an apartment house on West Sherman Street in Chicago set out to prepare his building's garbage dumpster for the morning pickup. He found it overflowing with gray plastic trash bags and began to remove them. In the process, one bag slipped from his grasp and fell to the pavement, disgorging a severed human leg. Police were summoned and found that the other trash bags held dismembered remains of a young white male, his body cut into 8 pieces. Witnesses recalled watching a tenant of the house next door deposit the bags around 3:30 p.m. on August 20th. One identified the man as Larry Eyler, a tenant at 1618 West Sherman. Eyler had seemed strange the day before, with a glassy look to his eyes. Asked why he was dumping trash in a neighbor's bin, he replied, "I'm getting rid of some shit." Police raided Eyler's apartment at 7 a.m. and caught him in bed with John Dobrowski. He was jailed for questioning, while the dumpster remains were sent to the Chicago Police Department's crime lab, there identified as 16-year-old Danny Bridges. Fingerprints lifted from the trash bags matched Eyler's, and he was formally charged with first-degree murder at 8 p.m. Evidence found in his apartment included numerous bloodstains, a box of trash bags matching those from the alley, a hacksaw, and a T-shirt owned by Danny Bridges. Prosecutors announced their intent to seek the death penalty. State's attorneys Mark Rackazy and Rick Stock assigned to handle the case. Eyler's hopes for acquittal rested with public defender Claire Hilliard and Tom Allen. David Shippers declined to represent Eyler at trial, but agreed to serve Hilliard and Allen in an advisory capacity. Eyler pled not guilty to the murder charge on September 13th, and legal maneuvers delayed his trial for nearly 2 years. Finally, the proceedings opened in Cook County Criminal Court on July 1, 1986, before Judge Joseph Urso. Jurors convicted Eyler of all counts on July 9th, but his fate would be decided in the trial's penalty phase, beginning on September 30th, 3 years to the day since he was stopped by Trooper Kenneth Burley in Lake County, Indiana. On October 3, 1986, Judge Urso sentenced Eyler to die for killing Bridges. Eyler was also sentenced to 15 years in prison for aggravated kidnapping and 5 years for attempting to conceal his victim's death. There were still appeals to be filed, but all in vain. 3 years after he was condemned, on October 25, 1989, the Illinois Supreme Court affirmed Eyler's conviction and capital sentence, fixing his tentative execution date for March 14, 1990. Appeals proceeded on Eyler's behalf, with the anticipation that he could spend years, even decades, on death row. The case's first news surprise surfaced in October 1990, when Vermilion County prosecutor Larry Thomas announced that he was reopening the Again murder case. A month later, Eyler agreed to cooperate with Thomas and named an alleged accomplice in that slaying. Eyler made his formal statement to police on December 4, 1990, including a comment that, "I ask God to forgive me because I can never forgive myself." 4 days later, detectives served search warrants at the Terre Haute home of Professor Robert Little and at Little's office on the campus of Indiana State University. The items seized included numerous videotapes and some 300 still photographs, including snapshots of Larry Eyler posed in jockey shorts and boots, holding a riding crop. Detained at City Hall, Little answered preliminary questions, then demanded an attorney when the subject matter changed to murder. His lawyer was summoned but never arrived, and Little was soon released without charges. On December 13th, Eyler was escorted to Clinton, Indiana, escorted by Vermilion County Sheriff Perry Hollowell. On arrival, he pled guilty to the Again murder and agreed to testify against Little at trial. Eyler's statement to Judge Don Darnell included the claim that on August 19, 1982, Little asked me, "Did I want to play a scene?" Allegedly, their code for a staged homosexual act climaxed by murder. They picked up Again together, Eyler said, and drove him to an abandoned farm building off Route 63, where he was bound, suspended from a rafter, and stabbed to death. According to Eyler, Little photographed the murder in progress and kept Again's T-shirt as a souvenir. On December 18th, Eyler returned to Clinton for a polygraph test, which he reportedly passed. Little surrendered the same day in Terre Haute and pled not guilty to first-degree murder. He was held without bond, suspended with pay from his university post pending disposition of the case. On December 28th, 8 years to the day after Steve Again's body was found, Eyler received a 60-year prison term for the crime. Suddenly, Larry Eyler was a hot property in Indiana. Prosecutors from 5 more counties contacted his attorneys, offering 60-year prison terms if Eyler would confess to unsolved murders in their jurisdictions. He agreed, offering to clear 20 homicides in return for commutation of his death sentence, but Cook County prosecutors flatly rejected the deal on January 8, 1991. Robert David Little made an unlikely monster. At age 53, a respected professional and former president of the Indiana Civil Liberties Union chapter in Terre Haute, he was regarded by colleagues as innocuous. His worst mistake, most of them said, was opening his home to Larry Eyler between 1975 and 1984, a lapse in judgment that now threatened his very life. Jury selection for Little's trial began at Newport, Indiana on April 9, 1991. Prosecutor Mark Greenwell was matched against defense attorneys Dennis Zahn and James Voiles. Opening statements were made on April 11th, Greenwell telling jurors that Little had conceived a murder plan on the night of December 19, 1982, after watching the violent porn film Caligula with Eyler. A copy of the film on videotape had been seized when police searched his home in December 1990, but nothing else was found to support the murder charge. It rested entirely, as Greenwell admitted, on the testimony of convicted killer Larry Eyler. "Without his statement, we don't have a case," Greenwell said. Little's defenders countered with the claim that Eyler's statements were self-serving lies. He hoped to save himself by sacrificing Little, they maintained. "This is Larry Eyler's story," Voiles observed, "that he's chosen to tell you 8 years afterward." To discredit the lie, Voiles and Zahn planned to prove that Little was in Florida visiting his parents on the night Steve Egan was killed. Eyler was the state's first witness on April 11th, repeating his tale of murder inspired and directed by Little. Eyler claimed that Little joined in stabbing Egan, then masturbated while Eyler finished the job. When he was done, Eyler said, Little had lowered his camera and complained that it went too fast. A new twist was added with Eyler's claim that Little, not Eyler, had murdered Danny Bridges in Chicago. 2 more prosecution witnesses, Mark Miller and Keith Hegelmeyer, testified on April 11th that they had posed nude while Little snapped photographs, but neither recalled any violent behavior, and their testimony added nothing to Little's acknowledged interest in nude photography. Egan's grisly murder was portrayed for jurors on April 12th, Greenwell displaying photographs in bloody clothes before criminologist Michael Goldman described how Egan's body was cut open and his intestines were hanging out in the open. Pathologist John Pless confirmed that Egan's murder was the worst case I've seen without the body having been cut into pieces. Still, nothing was produced connecting Robert Little to the crime. The defense case was simple, branding Eyler a liar and presenting an alibi that placed Little hundreds of miles from the crime scene. His mother testified that Little never missed a Christmas visit to Tampa between 1958 and 1990, adding that he had arrived in Florida before December 19, 1982. A neighbor confirmed Little's presence in Tampa, but thought he may have arrived as late as December 22nd or 23rd. Greenwell produced documents proving that Little's car had been repaired at a Clinton, Indiana garage on December 21, 1982, with the bill paid in cash, but none of his witnesses from the garage could remember who brought in the car. Money had also been withdrawn from the automatic teller at Little's bank shortly after midnight on December 22, 1982, but again, there were no witnesses to the transaction. Little declined to testify, putting his trust in the jury, and his faith was rewarded with an acquittal on April 17, 1991. Mark Greenwell declared himself a little disappointed, but not surprised by the verdict, freely admitting that star witness Eyler had gross credibility problems. The sole convicted highway killer ran out of time on March 6, 1994. Stricken with AIDS-related complications, Eyler died that day in the infirmary at Pontiac Correctional Center. Before his death, he confessed to 21 murders, vowing that he was joined in 4 of the crimes by an accomplice still at large. Eyler's lawyer announced her intent to aid survivors of those victims in suing the alleged accomplice for wrongful death, but no such litigation has been filed to date.